So hello guys and good evening. Welcome to the Project Chaos Esports Collateral Damage Tournament. £50, €50 rather, on the line. And it is gonna be your monthly dose, which kind of skipped December, but it is time yet again to get back into the SC2 action. My name is Dax. I'm glad to be back. I'm glad to be able to bring you guys more of this EU action coming your way. 15 players up and running for this bracket, and I cannot wait to see what is to come in the Collateral Damage Tournament. First things first, though, have you guys seen the new logo of Project KS Esports? It looks pretty snazzy. I love the new art, and it does feel like it's a lot more unique rather than this old spiral we had. But you know what is going to be spiraling on will be, of course, our matches to come. Round number 1 already looking to get underway. We are going to start things off between Killer Monyas versus Gamefront Germany, or GFG. A Masters versus Diamond matchup to start things off in the night. And speaking of tonight, guys, we also have giveaways up and running yet again. 2 lucky winners will receive one €10 Blizzard gift card each. So you want to add some skins to your SC2, you want to kind of fund whatever you like in other Blizzard games, then where else can you get it rather than here at Project Chaos Esports? Pretty simple to join. Like the page, share the stream, put a comment down below, the usual stuff. And of course, don't forget to tag a friend in the comment section down below. We want to see you guys. We want to see your names. And we want, of course, get into the matchup in just a bit. We're just getting our maps ready. Seems like we've already gotten the vetoes of Submarine as well as Lightshade LE so far. Starting off though on Jagannatha, and of course we are using the map pool that is seen in the ladder here. Looking at the players though, I'm glad to see our awesome foursome back in action. We have Killer Monyas, we have Jeros, we have Marson, we have Fate. All of these regulars that have been joining almost every single tournament we've had so far. Here on the StarCraft 2 side, they are back in action. Seems like though both players are ready to go. Killer Monyas, a 2-time runner-up already in the Project Chaos Esports tournament. GFG in the meantime looking to face off against a great player in Killer Monyas. It's a Battle of Germany, I believe, versus Spain. Coming in yet again, EU scene, EU region, full of different countries, but all coming together as one. It is going to be a Terran versus Protoss matchup as well, and it's really good to see this kind of matchup coming our way very, very soon. The evolution of the game, just this, the past few weeks has been interesting. We've seen the rise of Skythaws, we've seen a few mech builds here and there, but of course, in a TVP, it feels like it is going to be similar to what we've been seeing so far. New year, new me, new year, new meta. Who knows what we're going to be getting? We've seen different things into this game anyway. But for now, though, this is game number 1, and let's get started. Introducing first, here on the top right of Jagannatha is your Blue Terran, and his name is GFG. On the other side of the map, though, on that orange Protoss, you've seen him time and time and time again. And here he comes yet again to look to get another good place into the Project Chaos Esports Tournament. It is your orange Protoss, and his name is Killer Monyas. It's been a while, guys, since we've been able to do some StarCraft 2. Well, personally, it's been a while since I've been able to do it. Wasn't able to show up last November, but hey, we are back in action, and we are going to be looking into this TVP matchup coming our way. Seems like, though, with Jagannatha map, a few of those zones in the middle going to be able to go for the boost if ever. And at the same time, we are, of course, going to be seeing some standard stuff here for GFG. GFG and Killer Monyas, these guys have faced off, I believe, around 5 to 6 weeks ago in another tournament, with Killer Monyas able to beat GFG 2-0. So if GFG, he wants to get that little bit of revenge, this is the perfect time to do it in round number 1. If you lose into a matchup, though, in your first best of 3, don't fret, don't worry, because this is a double elimination bracket, and there's always a chance to play and always a chance to shine in the Project Chaos Esports Tournament. That one SCB, though, tried to build that barracks, and immediately it will be able to get on the way as soon as the work order has finished. Probe going for the scout so far. Already, Killer Monyas decided to expand a bit earlier compared to his Terran opponent. And overall, we are going to be looking to see that standard gameplay between these two so far. Cybercore Gateway already being built up by Killer Monyas's Gateway is up and running here. And of course, a one gas setup for our Protoss so far, looking to get that second assimilator up and running in just a bit. But in the meantime, when you look at Juggernaut, right, there are a few nooks and crannies. You can hide some of those buildings, and maybe we might see Killer Monyas try to do something pretty cheeky. We've seen him time and time again that this guy isn't afraid to actually change it up, and he's willing to do what he can to try and get a win. But it seems like, no, the calm before the storm, everything A-okay. Anyway, though, it's been a while indeed, like I said before, since we've done some StarCraft 2, but at least we are going to be seeing this Scouting Reaper be a bit pesky. Cluster Bomb gets the bounce onto the probe so far. That one probe able to get rescued into the simulator, and suddenly Shield Battery Ahoy keeps those workers alive. So unfortunate for GFG. Could have at least gotten one, maybe even two worker kills there, but the Shield Battery well-timed, allowing Killer Monyas to focus on microing this Adept instead. Into the natural we go. Bunker a little too late to the party, and Killer Monyas gonna be able to make this Adept count, already killing everything on the low ground, forcing GFG to stay on the high ground instead. Factory, though, has been built. Hellion can be very effective to try and go for the kite if ever. Still, though, things are looking pretty good for Killer Monyas so far. Having that extra bit of timing in his favor can go a long way. And that's the thing about StarCraft 2, especially if you're a player, right? You want to know your build orders because you're going to have those precious few seconds ahead your opponent. And what we saw there, that Shield Battery going online, keeping those workers alive, and this Adept just really hampering the second base, allowing Killer Monyas to pull on ahead. He's even going to go for that Reaper and get that kill. No way to get away from the Adepto, from the Hellion rather, so far. This Hellion is just giving chase. 1 HP on the Adept. Can it get out there? That's not going to happen. It gets cooked up into a barbecue. But in the end, it's still going to be things looking good for Killer Monyas. Not only that, GFG feeling the heat, going to get a bit of that call down supply instead to keep himself in terms of the army production. Means, though, that's not going to be an extra mule. Not going to be a scan if ever. And now Killer Monyas unrelenting so far. He's already building more and more of these stalkers. He's also gone for that Stargate and is whipping out an Oracle along the way. Pylons being built, another set of gateways right now. And it really feels like Killer Monyas looking to add more aggression to hamper his opponent. I like what Killer Monyas is doing here, guys, because he's really hurting GFG where it counts. Our Terran is effectively forced to stay on the high ground, stay on one base. And in terms of tech, GFG can't really go for those drops so far. He doesn't have the starport here, and he has to rely on the Hellions instead. Stalkers, though, just trying to tank it up. Here we go already with the Pulsar beam from the Oracle, giving chase. One Stalker, though, will go down. And GFG trying to get the hell out of there. But look at that green beam packing a punch. GG is immediately called. And Killer Monyas will take game number 1 in this best of 3. So great start here for Killer Monyas, able to get that win, able to just hamper his opponent, and he just said, you are on timeout, you are stuck here on the high ground. And that was just that from the get-go. The Adept well-timed, the Stalkers reinforced, the Oracle came on in, everything looking good for Killer Monyas, and that's just the seconds difference that I was talking about. Every little bit counts. Every little bit went in favor of Killer Monyas. And from then on, he just looked like an absolute killer to get game number 1. Okay. Still got 2 more maps to go, and I believe our next map will be Det Aura LE instead. What can GFG do, actually, to try and go for the comeback? He doesn't want to lose the same way he lost before against Killer Monyas. And in this case, he has a chance here in map number 2 to try and turn things around. But you can never sleep on Killer Monyas. Top 10 within the Spanish scene. Multiple times in the placings here in Project Chaos Esports. Twice a runner-up. One time a third placer, if I remember my results correctly. And he really does know what to do in these tournaments. He has been a big supporter. Always good to see him and the Spanish community coming on into Project Chaos Esports tournaments. And Collateral damage, well, we're going to be able to get more and more damage as we get into game number 2. Det Aura, a bit on the... It's kind of same old when you look at it as Yaganata. It has those speed zones, allows you to go even quicker. It's basically a diagonal to work in yet again. And there are spaces now for air units to even fly on over and have a safety net if need be. So we'll see, though, if GFG has a better plan here on his Terran. Wouldn't be surprised to see him actually whip out those medevacs play the starport game and just go for that triangle formation, get through the third place to the main base, and be as pesky as can be. Anyway, though, it's time for us to get started, and it's time for us to get into game number 2. That Aura LE, the battleground here, has been a mainstay of the ladder map. Well, you always have that ladder map that we're in. It stays for 2 seasons, and you know that Aura feeling very familiar for many players, including R2 on the ground. But introducing first, yet again, here on the top left side on that blue Terran, it is GFG. He's going to need a little more of that peep mode there if he wants to see what is coming his way, because on the other side, here for the Orange Protoss, it is Killer Monyas. EESC represents Escuela Española de StarCraft 2. Has always been a good one in the Spanish scene, taking in newcomers and all the like, supporting some of the players that we see here, there, and everywhere, and at the very least, making some tournaments, making some teams happen in their local community. You always gotta start small, you always gotta start local, and you can see it here from Killer Monyas. He's got that practice because of his roots so far. Anyway, though, we are going to be looking at another game. Will it be a quick one yet again? Or will GFG be able to hold on this time against his opponent? He already knew he was behind by quite a lot there on Yaganata. And he would just said, okay, it's not going to work. That Oracle is just going to be untouchable. So we go again and try something else. He already goes for it as standard racks. He is going to be putting that SCV down below. Deja vu. I have been in this space, in this place before. And Killer Monyas says, hey, it's the same thing as well, so might as well do it again. Next is going on down. Cybercore is there. Only 2 workers in the simulator, keeping it single so far. And adding in a pylon, it really feels like we are just watching game number 1 yet again. But now GFG, he has a bit of that knowledge coming his way. He already knows what his opponent can do, and he is going to be expanding his command center a bit earlier than before. He also will decide to go for the reactor this time on the barracks. Can go for the earlier bunker with a full set of Marines if he double pumps those out. And there you go, GFG, learning from his mistakes. And that's what we want to see from our players, right? You join tournaments like this, you want to learn against some of the best that you can play against. And you want to gauge how much you've grown so far. And right now, GFG is showing us, hey, I'm grown from game number 1 to game number 2. I'm going to be putting down this bunker. And that's that for this set so far. Anyway, though, you know, it's been a good start, and I can't wait for more of our matches. This is only round number 1. Double elimination means we are gonna be here for a long, long night. And even though we're starting in the evening for most of our players here, so maybe some for the afternoon on the western side of EU, it is all the way at like 2 a.m. in the Philippines. So you already know we're staying up for this one, guys. We're staying up, and maybe I'll see the sunrise after everything is said and done. Killer Monyas, though, already rising in with the Adept so far. Tries to get in the back line, and is able to get there. But Sion transfers the back on out. GFG, you can see that he has learned his lesson, and he's ready for that push. SCV on the inside of the bunker. 3 Marines there as well. And now we see the swap around for GFG to allow him to double bump those Hellions if need be. Tech lab being built onto the barracks as well. Adding on the supply depot. And you know, it always gives me a smile on my face, in all honesty, when I see a player really learn from what they suffered in from the previous game. You're the one who looks like a bit like a fool if you make the same mistake twice. And GFG, this guy is actually pretty experienced. He doesn't have the highest rank in the tournament, but I see him time and time again join these tournaments here and there. I've seen him also face off against a few Filipino players, actually. So you can really see that this guy is a journeyman in a way. He loves to play the game. He wants to experience it against the best, and he learns his lesson pretty quickly. And this is what we were talking about a while ago. This is what we're going to be seeing right here, right now. It's a starport set on up on the east side of the map, just across the main base of Killer Monyas. Big gap here for air units to actually stay on over. It seems like the plan here for Killer Monyas is to go to Twilight Council. Blink Stalker is the way to go for mobility, and a warp person being warped in as well. Robo facility should mean reinforcements will arrive. Can be those Stalkers and maybe an Immortal or 2 to add things up. But basically, with Blink Stalker here for Killer Monyas, he does have a bit of a timing to go against his opponent. GFG, in the meantime, going for that stimp back. And against a small number of Marines, you know, Blink Stalker is a good thing. But when it gets to a critical mass, you have to change it up. Killer Monyas just wanting to reach further into the tech tree anyway with this build in between. Strong into the mid game. Can finish off the fight if uncountered. But when you get into the later parts and it's Marine Frenzy on the other side, then you already know you're going to be needing things like the Archons, the High Templar, the Colossi, the Disruptor, just to add up that AoE. Anyway, though, Warp Prism right now trying to float on over. Seems like it has been the Adepts already getting on the inside, and GFG just not ready for it whatsoever. The supply depot was down, the Marine still getting the cleanup on, and now Clermont Yas knocking on his doorstep, putting the pylon mode here for the Warp Prism down below, and warping in a few units as well in just a bit. He just drops these units down, rather, my mistake there. But basically, there you go. That's the warp cycle we're waiting for. He now has the blinks up online, and he's just looking to get that vision onto the high ground with the observer, and the blinks do come indeed. All 8 of them ready to go. Warp Prism getting in position, and here comes the pull immediately from GFG. Even though he has a bit of the worker lead, he just doesn't have the army, and he's buying time for the Widow Mines to actually get the burrow on. Will this be enough? There we go, the missiles, but Killer Monyas able to get on away with the blinks in time. And from that point on, this has to be GFG really on the defensive. He needs more units and fast. He's floating on lots of minerals and a bit of gas there. And this is going to be pretty much a death sentence because Killer Monyas has said, welcome to Project AS Esports and goodbye from the upper bracket, because Killer Monyas will take this one 2-0 to move on to the next round. Very well played there by Killer Monyas. Like we said before, Blink Stalker is really strong there by that point in the game. And then suddenly, it was just enough to get every crucial hit from that point. Match number 1, going as quick as can be. Killer Monyas taking that 2-0 against GFG, looking to face off against the winner on the other side of the brackets. And I believe he will actually be facing off against Marsman SC next in round number 2. But anyway, guys, stick around, stay tuned. This is the Project AS Esports Collateral Damage Tournament, and we will be right back in just a bit. So hello guys and welcome back. Quick round number 1 game. When you learn your lesson from the first game to the second one, it still might not be enough because you have another lesson to learn. And sometimes when you get into class, you're thinking you're ready for one chapter, but apparently the test is on another chapter. And that was just the whole storyline there between Killer Munoz and GFG. Good learning experience though for GFG. Can't wait to see him review that one and learn a bit more about the matchup because you really can see that he is willing and able to adjust on the fly. Killer Munoz, in the meantime, proving why he has been at the very least in the top 3 for all of our Project Chaos Esports tournaments so far. Twice the runner-up, and maybe this time he might be able to become the champion. We got 50 euros on the line, ladies and gentlemen. 35 for our first placer, 15 for our second placer. And it's a usual prize we'll hear from Project Chaos Esports. Not only that, we also have prizes for our viewers too. $10, 10 euro. I keep messing up my currencies lately. It's probably because I haven't been actually doing some global banking in a while. But yeah, 10 euro gift cards. 2 of them to 2 lucky winners, 1 each. And all you gotta do is like the page of Project Chaos Esports. Not just follow us. Don't forget to give us that thumbs up. Give us that like on the page itself. Comment down below and tag a friend. Share that stream. Be like, hey, check this one out. This is what Project Chaos is all about. And don't forget to share the stream and make sure it's public so everyone else can see it, so we can see it too, and figure out that, hey, that's you. And you are going to be one of our 2 winners for the 10 euro gift codes of Blizzard. So there you go, guys. We not only have prizes for our players, but prizes for our audience as well. We are live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch as well. And you can already see that in our socials, all the way there on the right, that's where you can find Project Chaos Esports. We got the website, p-chaos.com. We got all our socials that revolve around there. Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, those kind of things. And if you want to see what's next for Project Chaos Esports, it's only the start of the year, and I can't wait for more. This is where we start, though, in Collateral Damage. As we said before, our awesome foursome, all of them are here between Fate, Killer Munoz, Marsman, and Jerris. And speaking of those 4, they have moved on to round number 2 as expected. In the meantime, though, we have some worthy contenders here. We got Coxta Forte. It's a hard name to say. Looking to face off against Fate, Marsman, and Killer Munoz actually going to be meeting here in round number 2. We got Jeros versus Danielo. And all the way in another matchup, we also have Jardax6 versus Gerald SC2. So Gerald, one of the top players, honestly, in the EU scene, within the top 60 in the world, within the top 50, actually, in the non-Korean side, and within that top 10 in the Polish region. So I can't wait to see what he can do. And hello to you, Killer Munoz. Great game there in round number 1. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy that I figured out my time zones, and we are here to cast some more EU action yet again. So for round number 2, guys, we had Jagannatha as our default for round number 1. This time in round number 2, we will be getting Oxide LE instead. Personally, not really the biggest fan of this map of all of them, but it does have its place into the ladder pool as well. You got some of your bigger maps, you have some of your macro maps, and I'd say, if I remember my maps correctly, Oxide has to be one of those bigger areas to really go for it engagement. You can break the rocks to get on quicker, but besides that, then, well, it does feel like that it can turn into a bit of a slog there. Oxide LE, man. Oxide LE coming our way very, very soon. And we are going to be looking to get into the matchup between Coxta as well as Fate. Coxta has been a while, I believe, since he's been playing into the SC2 scene from Portugal and looking to whip out that Protoss against, well, the teammate of Killer Munoz there. It will be Fate trying to come on back and looking to do something even better this time. Seems like, though, we are going to be getting ready to go. And map number 1 will be, as we mentioned, Oxide LE. It's only round number 2, guys, so we still have a long, long night ahead of us. So sit back, relax, enjoy the new year, and enjoy a bit of that splash because Collateral Damage is coming your way. We have just gotten started into this match. We have just started, honestly, into what is to come here in the Project Chaos Esports tournament. We are just waiting on as well to see who will be next on the list here. Who will be looking to face off in this matchup. We got Fate, we got Coxta, both of these players on the master side. EESC represent yet again for Fate. Coxta in the meantime looking to represent himself and looking to show off one more time into our stream. Thank you guys for tuning on in though, no matter where you are, if you're from EU, from Asia, really appreciate it. Really like to see all of these different faces intermingling, and we are just so very happy that you can join us for tonight so far. But anyway, it's time for us to get on started. I see GOG in the chat as well. Dude, you did, it's learning. You learn from map number 1 to map number 2. And I really feel like if you had a map number 3, you will have learned again from map number 2. So maybe you just need to get into a best of 99. Those are that kind of matchups that you can actually build on. But it's great. It was a good round number 1, and it is time for us to get into round number 2. Oxide LE to start things off. We'll be checking out the rest of the map pool along the way. It is Terran versus Protoss time yet again. But the EESC clan tag gonna be on the Terran race this time. Let's go, guys. Map number 1 out of 3 in round number 2 in the upper bracket. If you lose in the upper bracket, it's all good. There's still a lower bracket. And if you do make it to the grand finals, there is no bonus from being upper bracket and lower bracket. It's your standard best of 5 rather than anything else. So it just goes to show that that second chance, that lifeline, might be what you need to climb those ranks. But of course, you want to feel safe and familiar? Might as well stay in the winning side. And speaking of that one, introducing first, here on the top right of Oxide LE, it is your red Terran. It is Fate. In the meantime, on the bottom left of Oxide, it's your green Protoss, and it is Coxta. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be getting into the action. Fate of EESC should be from Spain, right? And will be looking to face off against our Portuguese player, Coxta. Is this a return back to, what, the 1500s, if I remember my history correctly? Pretty much neighbors, but still bitter rivals. Has been a bit more chill. I don't know EU politics, but this will not be any kind of chill on the battleground here. It's all fun and good Fate anyway. And speaking of Fate, he's brought in the 2 brawlers that are the SCVs, looking to take down this scouting probe from Coxta so far. Coxta, though, a bit on the returning side, and good to see him back into the battlefield. His probe, though, will die to the might of the SCV in that drill, piercing through the heavens and getting that initial takedown. Anyway, though, as we're hyping up the workers, it really doesn't matter in the scheme of things, because you know what matters here is this proxy gateway with a zealot coming on in. So we are going to be seeing the proxy gate cheese coming our way. Fate, in the meantime, scouting on around and realizes that, okay, I see a 1 gate, 1 core, but that gate is very late. So something must be amiss. I have to be careful, and Fate immediately putting out a second supply depot just to get in the way. But for Fate, he's still going to be feeling a bit comfortable anyway in his spot. He is going to be going for a bunker just for the defensive. First Zealot is out, doesn't decide to go out anyway yet, because this Reaper can easily kite if it is going to be a 1v1. Now though, playing the Zealot Rush, I personally am not the biggest fan in maps like this, because it does have a lot of space to work with for the other side. And basically, when you see these Zealots, they do just want to get close and personal, but there's a lot of kiting potential here for a Terran, especially with their range units. Unfortunately, though, it will be the contain here, courtesy of Coxta. Fate cannot really finish up this natural so far. The Reaper trying to get into the action. The Marines are there as well, and it's all up to Fate, going for the good micro up top the cliff, using that jet back there. SCB desperate and trying to build that bunker, and here comes the sock to reinforce. Seems like, though, for Coxta, he has the units, and Fate unable to get away with those army units now, and that is just gonna be goodbye to everything on the ground here. Coxta looking for the cleanup. And you know what, this guy making me basically a believer so far. He got in position, but you gotta give it to Coxta, just really sticking with it. Fate unable to go for the micro that he wanted, and now he will pay the price. Can he get the bunker in time though? The supply depot is now burning on down, and here comes the floodgates being opened. Coxa walking on in. This has to be some good start steps here for Fate so far, but it's just not happening as well as it should. SCVs though gonna get pulled already, get in the way. 3 of them going on down. The Stalker adding in the damage against the gun wielder there as well. The Water Zealot really fighting for his life, but 6 SCVs have gone down. Stalker now on 1 Wayne Pain train, getting rid of a few Marines here and there. SCVs still going for their own kind of revolution, but Coxta, he's opened the door, he's found a way in, and right now he's bringing in the hurt, but the Cyclone will say enough is enough, and it's time to blow that one up. Man oh man though, Coxta able to get things done there, and you know that's really just a big test of strength for Fate. You needed to be able to go for the starter steps. Of course, it's a big, hard task, but when you see your opponent at your doorstep, you need to make those miracle plays happen. Seems like, though, with that kind of setup, Coxa is able to get his second base up and running, and this is the kind of cheese player that I actually like, rather than the full commitment. These players know when to stop going for the aggression. They know when to go for the macro in behind, and now with Costa able to build on the units that he will like, he's already in Twilight Cancel tech, he's getting an Observer, and he's going for Blink Stalker as well. All things considered, things looking pretty good for our Protoss here. But poor Pylon, it was just doing its job, and now it is gonna be going on down. Goodbye to the power there. Honestly though, if Fate did leave this one behind, it could have been very dangerous, since when you leave this proxy gate, then all of those units are coming faster and faster and faster. Anyway though, Blink Stalker will be online, up and running in just a second. We are going to get the Assimilator onto the natural base as well, as alongside a few pylons, and Coxa looking pretty comfortable with the Stalkers that he's amassing so far. In terms of workers, it is our Protoss ahead. Fate can actually stabilize with the mule drops there and will be playing the defensive so far. Now, it's only a matter of where these two players will bring their macro on. What will Coxa do here? What kind of tech will he build on? Will he decide to go for an engagement using these Stalkers? Because Fate does have the bunker and the siege tank for the defensive. Will we get more of a container, or will Fate be able to go for the comeback economically and build an army in behind of that? Because he is going for the +1 anyway. Say what you will about Fate, because he still is keeping calm under pressure. He's going back to his roots. He's going back to the +1 there, and he is getting more and more of the Marines. My only concern, though, is he doesn't have a barracks here with a tech lab so far. Eventually, though, the Starport will say, you know, I'll need this. Here you go. Get that stim pack, get that combat shield, get more and more of those units up and running, and a very defensive setup here for Fate. Coxa knows, though, what is to come. Siege tanks abound, and with this kind of play, Coxa can easily decide to go for the expand instead. But for now, he will go for the offensive, get rid of a siege tank there, blink on away, 2 HP on this one Stalker to actually stay alive. And that War Prism still keeping on so far in terms of the numbers. Now though, Coxa can choose to actually go for the blink forward onto the high ground here and stay away from the siege tank. Question is though, will that be the case for him so far? In the meantime, we are going to get a Barret on the backs here for Fate. Make that 2 of them to make 3 overall. Math is hard, but for Fate, if he can get those Marines, he doesn't care. Doesn't need to really care about what is to come. All he needs is the numbers, and he should be good to go. Anyway, those Stalkers on the right side. You see the scan there just in case to get rid of the server. And Coxa, though, going after the tech lab, looking to deny the upgrade, but the SCVs will get the repair in time. The blink back there from Coxa, anticipating that would go down there. But since Fate went for the pull, it will save the day and save the upgrade so far. So very close. And that's the thing that's keeping Fate in this game. Coxa unable to wrap it up yet. And there's a small little save play there from Fate to keep him in this fight. Both sides, though, supply block. They're so busy going for the micro, looking to protect or attack the other base. And as of yet, you can really see that this is all about the hyper-focus between our two players so far. Anyway, though, Stalker's already looking to march on forward yet again. We are going to get charge lots in stim pack, though. In terms of the upgrades, and what's the plan right now here for Coxa? He's adding more of these gateways, though. Wants to commit on the ground heavy composition. He has 1 immortal there to get rid of the siege tanks if ever. Already gone for the 3rd base. And basically, what Coxa is doing here is just trying to go for the best contain as he can. Anyway, the Warp Prism just on the Overlook. Seen though by the Siege tank so far. It is fully loaded though. So Coxa has to be very careful with this Warp Prism in the first place. Fate though in the meantime looking to march. Coxa trying to bait a little bit with a Warp Prism, playing with fire, hoping to not get burnt. But this army looking pretty scary here from Fate. Army count pretty even so far. In terms of production, we're getting more and more of those units. Combat Shield and even the Concussive Shells coming our way here for Fate. And he wants to make the Marines and Marauders as tanky and as strong as they can be into this coming fight. Stalkers though coming in from behind, like trying to go for the backstab. Fate though in the meantime, already bringing in the DPS in the first place with the Siege tanks, forcing the TP on away. Plus the coming our way here for Coxa so far. Seems like our Stalkers are on the hunt for whatever is to come in behind, but Fate already ready for it. And on the high ground, using the Siege tanks to the best degree. Shield batteries though are set on up. We are going to be getting the +1 in the combat shield in just a bit. And Fate, he might surprise his opponent suddenly with this extra tankiness. And these Zealots are just going for the commitment as the Marines trying to get on away. But the numbers right now still in favor for Coxa. He's getting cleaned up in behind though because of the Siege tanks here for Fate. But Coxa using all these Zealots and more to go for the wipeout on the ground. And the blaze just completely smeared with the blood of the Terran as Coxa is able to clean that one up. A great effort though for Fate. He really was trying to be a big surprise into that one, making the last surprise per se for Coxa's army, but it just wasn't enough. The Stalkers in behind going for a few pokes, allowing the shots to actually go on them rather than the Zealots. Letting the Blade Wielders here march out in front, and these Marauders on a stroll getting cut up bits by bit. Now Coxa feeling very confident. He wants to go for the march yet again. He's trying to get the drop down though, but the missile turrets are in the way. Third base gonna get hampered though. Coxa doing all he can and more to bother Fate as much as possible. But with a +2, he might be looking for the killing blow in just a bit. Now though, Coxa, anticipating that this might go into the later game, he's not only getting the +3 to add even more damage to his collection, but he's also going for Psionic Storm and Robo Bay at the same time. Now this is a big investment in terms of tech for Coxa. Means though that he's using the gas for this rather than some other units. He's also gone for the High Templars, there's only 4 of them. Problem is though, he's not going to get Psy Storm as of yet till that upgrade is done. So it seems like there is a little bit of breathing room here for Fate so far. But the worker count is looking pretty scary. 20 worker lead here for Coxa compared to Fate. And the thing about it is, Fate is just unable to go for the drops, go for the harassment that he would like because of how Coxa has been able to defend the front line. And from that point on, it is still our Protoss in control. You'd expect, though, a proxy gateway like that lead to a 5-8 minute game stops, but already into the 11-minute mark, and Coxa has done a great job to really transition into a macro-based setup. He's going for extended thermal lance as well. He's adding in Colossus, and he's that kind of player, it seems like, that says, okay, I want to play it safe. I want to have everything I need just in case, and even though this does give Fate a little bit room and a little bit of time to work in, with Coxa harassing his opponent just like this, it's still the work advantage in favor of the Protoss so far. Fate, though, trying to go for the cleanup. Will it actually be enough, though, in the scheme of things? No. It's 25 workers the advantage. Ghost, though, coming online. The EMP is going to be good, if ever, to break some of those shields. But the question is, how can Fate respond against what's to come? Because Coxa right here, right now, adding more of that army. Pretty even on the armor count so far between both players. But here comes the upgrades here for Fate in the meantime. We're also getting that EMP upgrade here for Fate. He's making sure that he has a way to deal with the shields. And Coxa on the other side, going for that 4th base, really keeping up that lead and more, and just trying to stay ahead against the Terran. That TVP, it's not really too particular compared to any like Zerg matchups. You can be on similar bases. There is an okay part that you're down by 1, but with the Protoss ahead on the base in general, then, that death ball gonna be even scarier in the first place. And it is pretty obvious, if you are ahead in bases, you're gonna be ahead in the money. And, it's even fine and dandy for our leading player for good reason. Anyway, though, we are going to get ships +1 for Fate so far. That's a bit interesting. He is going to be buffing the damage of the Liberators there to try and go for the shots against the Zealots. And it's not a bad idea because it's only +3 on the ground weaponry. It might be enough to pack the punch indeed and go for the one-shot, two-shot kind of setup. And look at that. Speaking of the setup, it's going to be good here for Fate. Psystorms, though, answering back. Marauders in the front line, tanking a little bit. Seems like the Stalker's getting felled there. But as I was saying a while ago, since it is going to be +1 for the Libs against no real armor on the other side, then that just might make a small little bit of a difference rather than the armor instead for these units in the air. 5 probes have gone down, Scando coming our way, and here comes the push onto Protoss territory. Photon cannons going on down. Marauders, though, decide to back on out. Psystorm going to be in behind, cooks up the ghost there. But in this case, it's going to be more aggression from Coxa, but Liberators are still ready for it. And it feels like a trap card has been sprung by Fate. Shield at 3 overcharge, though. Trying to go for the heal up, but doesn't really get the best range on all these units. Clean up, though, from Coxa onto the front line, leaving Fate with only a pittance in the ground. And the Liberators right now going to get sniped one by one. Coxa eventually able to get a cleanup up and running, but very costly for both sides. Anyway, though, as Fate is able to reel on back, still has to be careful. Most of his army right here, right now, gonna be based in the air, but he is getting more Marines and Marauders just in case. Coxa, in the meantime, doesn't care. He's just adding in more of the reinforcements, and DTs now are out and about. Do we have the missile turrets, though, set on up? That's the question. It is on the high ground only, and these DTs are happy to just lurk on away, be a bit sneaky. Fate feeling something is amiss, already lifting up the fly depots if ever. The slice and dice, though, has come. The SCVs are going on down. The units are just onto the high ground waiting for more action. And Costa just cleaning up house yet again onto the mineral lines. Eventually, though, engagement will come. Zealots right now getting cooked up because of Fate's formation. And maximum DPS there for Fate. He made the concave count. He was able to stay away from Colossus in time. But right now, he is walking into the loving arms of Cox's Colossi. And you can see some burnt cinders that were the bodies of the infantry a while ago. 20 SCV, though, still going on down. Another set of critical damage so far, courtesy of Coxa. And in this game, Coxa has done an amazing job to actually go for the cleanup against the worker lines. He's just keeping on ahead in the economy. But the problem is, for him, is Fate is doing an exceptional job in answering back with his army. Now, though, since Coxa does have that economic lead, he will be able to keep on keeping on with his units, and it will only be a matter of time. So Fate runs out of money, runs out of units to work with, and runs out with the space in this game. But for the time being, you can really see that Fate has been playing from in behind for quite a while already, and still staying alive because of his grit. Anyway, though, it's now Coxa reinforcing even more. And these Zealots, they've been very, very scary. They've been on the prowl, they've been on the hunt, they've been chasing, they've been slicing and dicing, and been doing all they can and more to add into the damage. Fate, in the meantime, just thrusting his unit composition one more time. But with Coxa, with a proper setup here, it seems that Colossi are happy to go for the barbecue yet again, and Coxa will finally take game number 1. Long first game, though, in this set. And you gotta give it to Fate for bearing with it, for just really biting his teeth down, just biting on his lip, and trying as hard as he can to stay alive. In the end, though, it was still all about the Protoss keeping on with the economy, keeping on with the numbers, keeping on with the expansions. And, that's what I was talking about a while ago. We have those players that know how to cheese, and then you have those players who know how to cheese and then transition into a macro-based build, do an exceptional job of it with that lead, and work on it from there. A bit unfortunate, though, for Fate. He knows that if he only played the micro a bit better into the early game, he wouldn't be in that spot. But he still should be feeling confident to try and fight out this series because of how he played out that defense for quite a while. Best of 3, always a chance for one of these two players to try and go for the comeback, and Fate are going to be only down by 1 map. He has to make the second map count. So great game number 1, and I actually think that whole matchup there was, that whole game number 1 rather, was faster. no, took longer rather than our first series so far. So if we are going to be getting more of these macro games, then we are going to be in for a treat. We got some updates though into our set here. It seems like Killer Monyas and Jairus have both moved on from round number 2 and will be facing off against each other in round number 3. In the meantime, we are still waiting for more results here in the upper side of the brackets. Fate going to be down by 1 against Coxta. We are not done yet into this matchup. Good CVP though so far. Always good to see these kinds of matches be very, very enjoyable. And it seems like for both of our players, they're gonna be needing a break. So we'll be right back, guys, in just a bit. Stick around for game number 2 and round number 2. This is your Project Chaos Esports tournament for January. This is Collateral Damage. So hello guys and welcome back. It's time right now for game number 2 of round number 2. We still got Fate and Coxa looking to face off here with Coxa O Forte with that 1 map lead against Fate. We'll see though if we can keep it up into our second map because we are going to be going into Pillars of Gold next on the list. And I've seen Fate play this map before and it's a pretty sight to behold. With Coxa bringing out the max packs there, whipping out the proxy gateway, and doing all he can to expand in behind. Kudos to the audience for, shouting that one out, able to check that one. And personally, I know that some of the builds here and there, but I can never remember which player it's attested to. And it's just one of those things there that it's always fun to see a player innovate, a player be able to really inspire other people to whip something out It'll also be named after something. So, you know, it's like arts. That's what I'm saying right now, guys. Build orders are art. You know what else though is gonna be abstract? Will be our next game, because who knows what is to come into game number 2. Anyway though, guys, it is time now for our next map in round number 2, as this is the second game out of 3. And if Costa is able to take this one, he will move on to the next round. Introducing first though, the one looking for the comeback, here in the top right side of Pillars of Gold, it is our Red Terran, Fate. In the meantime, here on the bottom left side of Pillars of Gold LE, he's up by 1. He's looking to go again and try to get to the next round. It is our Great Protoss, and his name is Costa. Again, Spain versus Portugal will be looking to face off here, and now seems like Costa going to be playing a bit more standard here with a gateway in the main base to start things off. In the meantime, Fate going to be looking to set up the usual way. And now PVT. The thing is, I think I like this matchup a lot. I'm not too sure if it's my favorite matchup, but I really am happy to see a PVT in the way. For Zerg, it's just like, okay, there's building more units. There you go, more and more of those units. It feels like here for Terran and Protoss, it does seem like more of these units are a bit more important in a way. They're not as expendable as you play into the Zerg. But of course, you can throw that all out the wind when you see the Terran decide to play a heavy bio ball full of Marines and have like 12 barracks in behind. Anyway, though, you know, that kind of perceived value is something that I really like here. Make sure that these units do stay alive in time. These units are able to do whatever they need to do in the first place. And Costa this time doesn't go for the brawl. He will be backing on away. Doesn't need to kind of buy that time. And Fate in the meantime going to be going for the natural instead. Now though, question is for Fate. Will he decide to scout a bit earlier? Yes, he does. So he gets into the main base, sees the gateway there already, and realizes that everything is a-okay, everything is normal coming into this game. So since Costa is playing properly, it is going to be Fate being a pest instead. He puts a bunker in behind the mineral line so far. Question is though, what can actually use that? Where is the Reaper here? So it seems like Fate is going to be able to transition on over. And now this is going to be a big hamper onto natural of Coxa so far. Fate though, want to get a bit more value, looking to go for the scout, but he dipped already saying hello so far. And Nexus Point getting shot a bit there. Still though, the bunker. Oh, that was so very close. Fate, if he did stay a little bit longer, and if he just was 1 second a little too late in building that bunker, that could have been the Adept getting that takedown there. But now, since inside the building, the combat drugs will be able to get the heal up onto the Reaper. And we might see it just go again and be a big mosquito trying to feast onto whatever Coxa has set up so far. Anyway though, Coxa getting the range units that he needs to go for the cleanup. Adept and the Stalker are there. Shield Battery in behind to cycle that damage if ever. Keep these things topped up. He has to be careful though, because mortal damage can't be healed up by the Shield Battery. So instead, the Stalker gonna be there in position instead. SCV though now 1 shot away. It's really trying its best to go for the repair, but Coxa has had enough. He puts that Stalker a bit closer, but Peekaboo, I see you! The SCV finally gonna get shot. There we go with the salvage. The Reaper buying on time, and onto the high ground we go. Not gonna lie, Fate's impressing here in terms of the movement so far. He's being a big bane. He's being a big thorn in the side of Coxus for now. But the Stalker trying to get in position, and this might be the 1 shot from the Adept. No, it doesn't come. The cluster bomb to get on the way. The great escape here from the Reaper. The Chalionic transfer with the Shade trying to go for the chase, but it's little too late. And while all of that is happening, Fate is able to get his 1-1-1 setup on. He's got the bunker, he's got the natural, and he is good to go to play this game. And you know, that's one of my favorite things about being able to play, rather cast some StarCraft. You can sometimes hype up this small matchup and then it really doesn't make too much of a difference in a way, but then suddenly you say, oh, there you go, the build is ready to go. And those are the small little things that players really do to be comfortable in their game. They buy themselves some time, they buy themselves some space, they know what to do in behind, they have the muscle memory, they know the build orders, and they're just comfortable to play in the way they know how. Adepto gonna be trying to go for a little bit of the harassment there, but the Marines get the clean up anyway. And for now, we are gonna be even on the base count so far. Army though for Coxa on the low side as per usual. We saw it in game number 1 that even though he had a good setup in the economy, he still just didn't have enough though of those army units to go for the coup de grace, the killing blow, and that's what really made that game longer. It was a bit more secure for Coxa, that's for sure, because he had really good defenses, he had more of the bases, he had a lot of the workers to keep on up. But he decided to stay on that low side, allowing Fate to still defend pretty evenly. And now with Fates on the army count advantage, we'll see if he can get the push on. Still though, for Coxa, just gets a few more of these gateways up and running, and he can easily reinforce if ever to try and equalize on those numbers there and then. Observers though already looking for vision. Coxa though on a great exodus of these pros, because we did see the Medivacs drop down some of the mines, but Fate decided to get the hell out of there. If this Medivac can turn on its engine, oh no. The car keys are stuck. The car keys are stuck, and the Medivac gonna go down for free in that way. So not only the 2 with the mines go to waste, but that one Medivac also saying goodbye. And now Coxa says, yo, let me show you how it's done to go for the drop. He decides to put this by the siege tank, the charge lot, adding into the push there. That extra speed getting him close enough. And they are just keeping the tank on and really staying alive for quite a while. Coxa even going for the second cycle of those zealots. The SCVs still have been pulled, but the damage has been done. And this is just one man's up ship from Coxa. He gets the 1-up on against Fate. He's able to get so much value there, and we are back to square 1 for Fate so far. Same problem coming into this next game compared to game number 1. And we'll see, though, if he can actually get back on the macro side by this point. He's still in a better spot, though, comparing these games. He has his Raxes up and running. He has a 3rd orbital command, and he can go for the mules if ever. But Coxa, that drop looking really, really good in comparison. And we'll see if he can add in more of the punish into the later part of the game. Anyway, though, Coxa, at the very least, going for his 3rd base. We are going to get that Blink Stalker up online, but look at this. Fate the one bringing the harassment in return. And this is just Fate really showing that he can go for the pushes that he would have liked from that other game, and showing what he can really do given the space that he needs. Coxa in the meantime still feeling very comfortable, feeling very, very chill in all things considered. As these Stalkers already defending the west side, we got the pylon being built here as well to go for the power if ever. And as of yet, we are getting upgrades here for both sides. +1 right now on the forge here for Coxa. In the meantime, though, +1 on the engineering bay for Fate. He already has a 2nd engineering base, so he can go for the armor upgrade if ever. But still prioritizing the units for now alongside the add-ons. Look at the SimCity, though, for Fate. He has 5 of these racks up and running. He also has a Starpole, double pumping out those Medivacs. It seems like it is going to be heavy on the infantry here for Fate so far. In the meantime, can Coxa get to climb up that tech tree any sooner? He's already got that Robo Bay, and he has the Colossus being warped into the facility. So things might be okay here for the Protoss if played correctly. And that's the big thing in this game, isn't it? Playing it correctly, making sure that your units don't go to waste, your critical units stay alive. And for now, the Widow Mines might be the critical information that either of these players might need in the first place. Don't forget, guys, we have a giveaway going on. All you gotta do is like the page, Project AS Esports, share the stream, comment with a tag down below as well on the Facebook side. And right now, it says, let's just say, you know, we're just gonna be charging on, and enough about that giveaway spiel, because it's all about the action yet again. Siege tank gonna get surrounded. Stalker's gonna be looking for the blink on forward, and Coxa just throwing caution into the wind and slicing and dicing along the way. The thing is, he keeps alive the Stalkers there as well as the Sentries and the Immortals. So it's a pretty good sign here for Coxa that he knows what units to expand and what units to keep alive. Good surround onto the Siege tank as well. Fate able to back on the way though and harass yet again with the air units. Besides that, it's the Photon Cannon getting the cleanup on. For now, it is going to be +1 ready for Coxa into this one. Still though, the worrying part here, if you are the Protoss player, is the amount of upgrades that Fate is getting on the other side. He's adding on to his macro even more, double pumping out some infantry upgrades, getting the +1 on the armory yet again for the ships, and making those Liberators really pack a punch. Still though, for Fate, cleanup on Isle West side. He wants to make sure that there's no sneaky pylons if ever, and he's really trying to maximize the amount of value he can get onto this 3rd base. Both sides even yet again on the base count, and worker-wise, it's also on the even side. Seems like Coxla unable to dominate in a way that he would like compared to that last game. And for Fate, the recovery he's done is a lot more stellar looking into this one. In any case, though, what is going to be the next plan here? We have the sensor tower to keep an eye out. And for Coxa, he decides to display the disruptors here and now. Very, very strong units if you can make those Novas count. You have to be a bit more careful though with your own units, but at the same time, if they are played right, if they are going to be kept into the back line just enough to get the Nova to hit, you can see a big kaboom say and sing goodnight to your opponent. We're getting this kind of action, and it's only round number 2. You already know that's going to be an exciting time here, and collateral damage. And the question is, will these Raptors be able to play into that namesake and bring us a big, big boom of a show coming into this one? Archons, though, being warped on in. We're seeing the scans as Costa really just letting his opponent see that one coming. Fate in the meantime moving over to the west side already, trying to get a better angle against his opponent. He wants to make his own concave before he gets cooked up by the Colossi. If he does feel like he's going to get stuck in his ways, he's going to get stuck into a bit of a passageway, and he's unable to maximize his DPS, then that's going to be a big problem there for the Terran. Coxa, though, in the meantime, already on the high ground, getting that +1 on the armor side. And for now, more and more of these gateways for Costa. That's a lot of gateways looking to do a lot of damage. And with a good economy, he will be able to reinforce even more. Seems like, though, the Nova's already going for the connections. And there's a cleanup onto the front line there. Costa, he's feeling confident. He wants to go for another Nova, and the Ghost is going to get caught and will fall on down. And in case though, Fate is on their retreat. Afterburn is trying to get all the way. Here comes the concave being formed, and this is the pulse and push that both sides want to attest to. The tug of war right here, right now. Fate trying to get information. Cox in the meantime going for the big boom, and there you go! The crutch is on, and you can see him smiling yet again. What a hit from the Disruptor. Fate forced to go for the load on in instead, and he is trying to get on the wave, but the medevac will fall there, and then Stalker's going for the blink on forward. Onto the high ground we go. And that was just absolutely crispy and crunchy. The Disruptor was oh so perfect. And the cleanup on the sieging force is a go. Coxa now in prime position to go on the offensive. And he is looking to pounce on his wounded opponents. I got chills from that Nova. Good play though from Fate, getting the harassment on the 4th base if ever. Can't take care of the Nexus points, but he is using that as a bit of distraction to go for the Widow Mines if ever. In any case though, it still is gonna be so difficult for Fate here and now. Seems like he did lose the medevac yet again with the Widow Mines. It's just not working for him to go for the drop plays there. But Coxa, in the meantime, gonna be on the march and staying on the high ground for now. In the case though, at the very least, Fate is getting that 4th base up and running with the command center. Still even on the worker count, but the story of this game is now Coxta is almost double the army count here and now. Problem is though, he doesn't have a warp prism with his army so far. He is going to be forced to go for the warp in at his outermost base, adding in more and more of the zealots. We are just waiting for him to actually build one of those things to really reinforce if need be. Still though, the thing about Fate is he doesn't give up on the upgrades. He's going for the +3s. He's going for the +2 on the ship. He's getting that EMP upgrade as well, but Coxa right now knocking on his door and saying, may I be able to enter here because the charge lots are gonna take no for the answer, but the Novas actually gonna be hitting their own units there. Here comes the Disruptor, but no, it's a little too much at the front line, and the Marines and the Marauders get to clean up on. Nova gonna be able to connect into the front line there, and then the SCV is getting pulled just to get taken on down, and GG gonna be called there, and then Costa will get that 2-0. He just had the overwhelming forces, and the Protoss will move on to the next round. What a game that was, and what a Nova we were just able to witness in the first place. Incredibly done by Coxa there. Fate in the meantime trying to defend, trying to go for more of those upgrades, but it just wasn't enough of the army count. This time Costa was able to put the pedal to the metal, put his foot into the mouth of Fate, be able to just bring in all those units and more. But that Nova just changed this game for the better for Costa. As soon as that one big Nova hit, it was just game, set, and match from that point on. Incredible, incredible series, though. A great round number two. We saw the blitzkrieg of the first round. We saw the long haul for the second. And what is next to come here in collateral damage? We have our top four already in the upper bracket. It's going to be Gerald looking to face off against Coxa and Killer Monyas versus Jaros. Some familiar names, some new faces, both intermingling here and now in the Project Chaos Esports Collateral Damage Tournament, and I cannot wait for that one. But we will be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Stick around for more StarCraft 2 EU action. So hello guys, and welcome back. Round number three looking exciting as well. And we will be basically featuring one of the touted matches, honestly, of the Project Chaos Esports ecosystem. I'm Dax, and we are back into collateral damage, and we are gonna be checking out Jealous versus Killer Monyas. I don't know, part three, part four. Not too sure how many times these guys have really faced off into our brackets here. But they are gonna be looking to go for the fight yet again, looking to go for the battle. And they have had a history against one another here into the PCE ecosystem. Well, very first one, all the way in September, 3-2 in favor of Jairus to win out the whole thing. Killer Manyas a very close second. But in the meantime, the next month, it was more of dominance there from Jairus against Killer Manyas, taking it 2-0 in the lower bracket, and only falling to the likes of Marsman there in Zen. Meantime, for November, I don't think Jaros was able to join that one. So Killer Monyas able to just get the runner-up spot. Yet again, a bit of PCE history in the making on again, on and on again. We are just chrono boosting ourselves as we get into the next game. The late nights get even later, but the action gets even clean, crispier, and more exciting. Here we are, guys. It is technically the upper bracket semifinals. Whoever wins this is going to be moving on to the last match of the upper brackets, and we'll see who it will be. Introducing first, all the way from Spain, he stays mainly on the plane. He is your Orange Protoss, and his name is Killer Monyas. In the meantime, on the top left side of that Aura LE, a champion in his own right, looking to be the harbinger of death, look to bring in destruction along the way. He is the Blue Terran, and his name is Jaros. Now, for those of you who don't know, Jaros, our inaugural champion here, within the top 7 of his home country, within the top 250, I believe, in the world. And all in all, participating in multiple matchups to really represent a region there. And then he's had some very strong matchups recently within the Russian sphere of influence, basically. But here we go with Killer Monyas. He knows that this matchup is a bit scary for him, so he's gonna go for the cannon rush. He is gonna be going for the contain, though, with 3 pylons so far. And he is just basically protecting himself here, as he did go for the Purge first and foremost. There we go, though, with a cancel onto the pylon. Jaros able to answer back, though, with the SCVs, looking to go for the drill through. Pierce through the pylons here. Pierce through the crystals. And a good reaction to go for the bunker as well. Here comes the cannon, though, down on the low ground. Killer Monyas moving on around. They look in for Sec even more so. Can the folded cannon, though, go on up? That's the question. Here we go with a bigger pull from Killer Monyas, from Jaros rather, as Killer Monyas is desperate to get one of these cannons up and running. That thing is gonna go up just to go down, and Killer Monyas unable to get any DPS as whatsoever. Things are looking really good here for Jaros. All of the money Killer Monyas is going here into this heavy investment of the cannons, but no, the probe will go down, the cancels come, and GG, 2 minutes in, that Aura really brings in the hurts with Jaros taking that first map. So quick one there, ladies and gentlemen. And Jaros will take it. Now, that Aura, it's a map that I've seen time and time again actually get that cannon rush. And in the end, Jaros just reacts so quickly. He knew exactly what to do. The magic number is 4, ladies and gentlemen. He just brought in those SCVs to break everything in the way. Got the kill onto the inaugural pylon. Got to the Folding Cannon, got rid of the probe down below, went for the bunker as well. And it was really just complete and utter cruise control there from Jaros overall. You can really see that this player, cool, calm, collected, not falling for the tricks that Killer Monyas is able to bring out. A good effort, and I love the fact that he went for the self-contain to allow himself to safely build that cannon in the first place. Unfortunately, though, the damage kept on piling on, and our Terran able to stand tall, proud, and industrious as ever. Anyway, though, second map now coming our way, and it will be Pillars of Gold LE. Good win so far for Jaros, and he's just 1 away from moving on to the upper bracket finals. Question is, though, can he do it? Can he wrap it up and win out this matchup? We are getting ready to go into our next game. Bigger map this time, so it might be more on the macro side, if ever. Will we see Killer Monyas toe-to-toe against Jaros? Jaros, in the meantime, a GM player in his own right, a scary one to behold. And for now, he does have the advantage. Man, I was still talking about the backgrounds, making my intros, and I knew something was coming because I saw, like, why is there a warp in very close to us? And apparently, it is a pylon and a cannon saying hello. Anyway, guys, it's time for us to say hello yet again to our next game. And here we are into our second map of this upper bracket semifinal. Introducing first, though, here on the bottom left side, looking to play a bit more standard coming into this game. It is your Orange Protoss, Killer Monyas. In the meantime, here on the top right, it is your Blue Terran, as cool and calm as the subtle sea in the sunset. It is Jaros. But we whips up the storm, man. He does feel like a typhoon waiting to happen. And we'll see right here, right now, what kind of game will we get. Killer Monyasa said, okay, enough is enough. Gateway, pylon, block the Reaper, we're good to go. And that's the thing, if you're playing that Protoss, you just want to get in the way of the initial cliffs that a Reaper can jump on in the first place. And for now, this is going to be the probe. Moving on to scouts on around. Jairus, in the meantime, he knows that he can have the advantage if this does become a macro game. And he is just going to stay cool, calm, collected, as we said. Refinery being built to just get enough gas to get that initial Reaper. And Jairus already going to the low ground to try and anticipate what's to come. Go for the scout and maybe expand later on. Still though, between Cheros and Killer Monyas. Killer Monyas can put up a good fight, but when Cheros feels it, when Cheros is just feeling the game completely, you already know that he is ready to dominate, and he can do it against a very, very familiar face. Good to see these two back in action though here in Collateral Damage. Always a pleasure to have Killer Monyas and Cheros into this one. They were one of our first believers, honestly. You know, PCE being built, hosting its first ever tournament, be like, hey guys, join this one, and really felt like from that point on, these guys have been very, very supportive of what we have been doing so far. So big shout outs, honestly, to Jaros and Killer Monyas. You can add in Fate to the equation, and with Marsman joining the fray a little later on. But honestly, these two mainstays in their own right, great players, exceptional in what they do. But for now, for Jaros, he's doing what he can and more to expand and get that second base up and running. That's here's though of StarCraft 2, isn't it? Like, especially when you get a higher leagues, there are just these small little differences that makes every single player unique, and that gives every single player a distinct advantage against the other. And what we saw there from Jaros is just how ready he was no matter what. The reactions there were so on point for Jaros, and we'll see if he can keep it up and react even further on coming into this game. Now, with that kind of micro, you'd expect him to be able to go for some good start steps here and there, and we'll see what Jaros can do, but he is playing a bit more defensive for now and setting up the bunker on the natural base. In the meantime, Killer Monyas playing Patrol, playing Paw Patrol here, and basically using the Stalker to keep an eye out on to the natural so far. Reaper, though, doing the same old dance. Pistols abound, going for the shot. Space Disruptor, though, at the very least, answering back. And Killer Monyas actually putting the Twilight Cancel on the low ground instead. Interesting call here, meaning that this tech will be a bit vulnerable to a very, very forward push. So it will be Killer Monyas looking to defend this one and make sure that his natural is something he can set up on in the first place. In the meantime, Jaros is just trying to get a bit of that information. Pylon in the way, but that is the weak zone of this wall. And if he breaks that one, then that is going to be power goodbye. Sentry, though, into play, and an Oracle is here. Interesting goal for Killer Monyas, because usually you see it's a Phoenix going for the scout. The Oracle instead going to be there, which does force Jaros to actually check out that base just in case if there was a Stargate or not. Seeing that there's nothing there, and he saw the hallucination go from the main base in the first place, then he can be pretty cool and calm collected that there are no real air units coming his way anyway. Still, though, we're getting some more and more Marines here for Jaros. He's got his 1-1-1 setup up and running. He's had his second command center there, already turned it to an orbital command. And he's building a second barracks here just to add more units to the mix. Medevac, though, going to be fully loaded. And for Jaros, just doing this at this point in time might be pretty vital, because this is a full stack of Marines in the first place. Not only that, he also has Hellions waiting on the doorstep, going to be on to the other side. The thing is, though, since he did keep the reactor on the barracks rather than the factory, it's only going to be 3 of these Hellions, so basically distraction force if ever. Jaros, though, already with a drop down. Want to siege on the natural itself. Here we go with the shots, getting rid of a few probes here and there. Killer Monyas, though, giving chase with the Stalkers all the way on the other side, going down the ramp. And speaking of that one, the pros will decide to do that as well. But this is what I was fearing a while ago. Jaros cleaning up the pylon so far. And that's Twilight Cancel and its upgrade gonna get stalled for now. Clean up though onto the medevac, leaving the Marines all alone. The shots come and come and come. And one Stalker will go down. But against a handful only of Marines, these Stalkers gonna be able to pack a punch and more. They're ready to tack it up. The probes have been pulled though. And while all of that is happening, seems like we are seeing some of these probes getting toasty and getting cooked up by the Hellions before they get broken down by the Stalkers. 10 probes do go down on the side of Killer Monyas. Not the worst defense whatsoever from a Protoss, but Jaros making that one count. Anyway, though, the Chrono Boost is up and running for the Nexus points. And we will still see the Swallow Council be like a bit awkward, unable to finish up that Blink Stalker. Now, more time here for Jairus to build on what he would like. He's getting his Marines and Marauders. He's going to be happy to get the Stim Pack and the Combat Shield for now. And the Starport can be able to get that Reactor tech as well. In the meantime, though, Jairus going to be looking to at least bring these units to the natural. Finally, Blink Stalkers gonna be going online very, very soon. Kill Yas. He's not gonna get the timing that he would like in the first place. He can't go for the aggression now with these Stalkers, and he might consider deciding to go for the upgrades instead onto the upper echelons of tier tech. And that is gonna be the plan. It's already extended thermal lance being researched here on the Robo Bay. Colossus being chrono boosted that as well to get that one Strider on just in case. But Jairus knows that he has a time here to go on the assault. He knows that he can really pack a punch in the first place, and he's on the march to get to the other side. Stalkers, though, the scouting force blinking on in behind, trying to snipe something. But the Marauders still gonna be in behind. The Marines are there as well, and these Stalkers on a one-way trip just to die. They are able to get on away, but so unfortunate there for Yas. He was looking for openings, but with Marauders still reinforcing the back line, then that was just the grenades backing the punch in the first place. Clean up on Isle Yas as Jairus is already marching on his third base and more. It's immediately a recall to try and answer back, but nothing gonna get brought back by the Protoss besides scrap metal. And Jairus is just going for the run and gun outfit to destroy this third base on the low ground. Not only that, it's looking even scarier here because Killer Monyas is bringing in a fleet of the Medivacs fully loaded with infantry yet again. Interference Matrix getting rid of the Colossus effectively in that fight, and Jairus will discard Killer Monyas from the upper bracket. GG is called a 2-0 there to put Jairus into the next round. Great game again. This time though, Jairus in his element, Killer Monyas just getting caught with his pants down, or in this case, getting caught with the electricity cut off by the power corporations. The pylon getting seen there. That's Wild Cancel upgrade getting stalled. Not letting Killer Monyas go for any kind of aggression if ever. The Medivac, just the commitment there, honestly, from Jairus working out in his favor. The Hellions, they were able to get on back. The Stalkers giving chase, the Probes thinking they were safe on the low ground, but no. Suddenly, the Hellions came on back and got the toasty approach. While all that was happening, the Marines just destroying the vital aspects of that natural, getting rid of pylon, doing all they can and more. From that point on, it was just Jairus on cruise control. And you can really see for Jairus, he knows how to be calm when he's getting attacked. He knows how to be calm when he's on the attack and looking like a complete package after that series. Don't forget, guys, though, we are not done yet. We still have the upper bracket finals. We still have the lower bracket that is going on right now. And we have the grand finals later on. We also have two 10 euro Blizzard gift cards for giveaway. Like the page, share the stream publicly, comment down below, and tag a friend, all on Facebook. You might be one of our 2 lucky winners, if ever, at the end of the tournament. That being said, though, we will be right back, guys. Stick around for more Collateral Damage here from Project Chaos Esports. So hello guys, and welcome back to Project Chaos Esports Collateral Damage. First tournament of 2021. It's a new year. Still feels like though that everything crazy happening in the world is still happening. So yeah, 2020 part 2. Anyway, we are going down to our final few players here and now. We have gotten a matchup for many to enjoy. It is Gerald versus Jeros. No, I'm not saying the same name twice. It's a bit close, but no. These two players are looking to really shine here into our bracket. Gerald, one of the stronger players in the EU scene, top 55 in the world and number 5 in the Polish region. The Polish region is actually a very highly competitive one, over the 2,000 mark in terms of the MMR, facing off against so many different names and faces that are pretty familiar to all. Recently, he's actually gotten a good win against Special for All People, 3-2, being like so Christianer, Cham going down to his hand. So you can see that this guy is looking to tear a Warpath into this upcoming tournament. One of the biggest things that he's been able to do, especially recently, was a 7th to 8th placing in the full side of DreamHack SC2 Masters for the European region. And making it to the top 10, making it to that top 8 is already a big deal because you have all of the familiar names and faces as per usual. Making it that far, making it such an impressive run, then you know this guy is for real. In the meantime, Jeros has been a long-staying player in the Project Case esports system. As you said before, our first ever champion. And we are going to be starting things off on Romanticide LE. Love is in the air, and Love going to be showing up into the battlefield. It will be a Terran versus Protoss matchup yet again, and I cannot wait for this upcoming matchup. It's been pretty hyped to see that this name has joined the tournament, and it's also gonna be hyped to see one of our usual players looking to face off against such a great name. Where else can you see it besides Project Chaos Esports? Anyway, guys, do not forget that we still have a giveaway ongoing. 2 €10 gift cards for Blizzard gonna be up for grabs. All you gotta do is like the page, share the stream, and comment down below while tagging a friend along the way. Besides that, just enjoy the show whether you're watching on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube, wherever, whenever. We are here to enjoy and we are here to impress alongside our players so far. 50 euros on the line, 35 for our winner, 15 for our runner-up. A great way to spend your night if you're in the European side, a great way to wait for sunrise for me, and a great way to wake up if you are from the NA regions. Anyway though, Romanticide is our first map, CVP between some GMs yet again looking to face off. And it's time for us to get into the battle. Now, a bit of a bracket update while we are loading on in. We've got Gerald and Jeros here on the upper bracket side. Whoever wins this will move on to the grand finals. In the meantime, Kapsa able to discard Marsman there. Killer Monias waiting for the winner between GFG and Jardax. So there's still some lower bracket shenanigans happening right here, right now in our double elimination tournament. And whoever wins, as we said, into the finals, who loses, still gonna have a chance from the lower bracket, if ever. But now it's time for us to get into our final upper bracket matchup. It is still a best of 3. And who will win? That is the question. Introducing first, here on the bottom right side, a force to be reckoned with. Representing Team Exxon, hailing from Poland, it is the Blue Protoss, Gerald. Or I guess in this time, it is Gerald of Rivia. Maybe the Witcher will be able to cast an Axie onto us and charm his way to victory. But on the other side, looking to destroy yet again, looking to dominate, it is our yellow Terran from Harbingers, hailing from Ukraine. It is Jeros. So PVT has been the storyline of the day, hasn't it been? As in Protoss versus has it really just been Protoss versus Terran all throughout? Has that been the matchup that we have been seeing so far? It really feels like it's been a two horse race. Where is the Zerg? For once, where are the Zergs? Where did they actually come off to. So apparently, it's all about the Terrans and the Protoss looking to dominate. The Zergs have been exterminated for once, and now it does turn into an uh, alien versus well, human kind of matchup that it really feels like I miss the Zerg because of it. I'm missing the Zerg because of it. Anyway, though, Gerald gonna be looking to expand all the way to low ground. Natural gonna be the place to be to build that gateway and that cyber core. Here on Manta side, there's a lot of space to work with, and you do want to build your wall onto the lower ground. Instead, make that concave carrot to not only protect that pretty exposed natural if ever, but also make a formation to find a way to reinforce as quickly as possible. The big space on the high ground, very good for your tech if ever. But as we said before, this wall can be able to make you a bit of a barrier for that second base, allow you to cover up the ramp as well, and control more of your base in that way. In the meantime, for Jairus, the high ground is where it's at. Wants to build up that standard setup onto the upper parts of the map. Supply depot is there, barracks going to be ready for an add-on if ever, and a factory being built in behind alongside a CC. Besides that, bunker for the defensive, and both sides pretty much playing in the way they know how. Gerald here, though, looking to show up what he can do. Already a shield battery, just to be as defensive as possible. Pylon gonna be there as well. Just wanting to leave that one to its own devices and focus on whatever is to come onto the front line instead. For now, though, this Stalker is on the march, and we'll see what it will do. Gerald, though, looking on the round. Jairus, in the meantime, already fortified on the inside with 2 Marines into that bunker. In the meantime, though, Starport is being set up here by Jairus, looking to get that 1-on-1 up and running. But 2 Stalkers versus the bunker. Seems like a bit of damage being done here by Gerald so far, but Jairus will at least keep an eye out, get a few shots on, and force those Stalkers to back on away. On the other side, though, this is the Reaper being a bit of a pest. Onto the high ground it will go. And the question is, can it actually get away in time? Bounces over with the cluster bomb. Decides to drop down from the cliff there using the jump jets. And for now, this Reaper going to be resting, but Gerald is just on the hunt so far. And the Reaper going to be eventually going on down. Now, for Gerald, he is part of Team Exxon. We touched on it about a little bit ago. But it is, I believe, a Canadian team. They've had weekly tournaments here, there, and everywhere on the American side, and they've supported so many great players here and there. You have the likes of Special, you have the likes of MaxPax, you have the likes of Cham. So you already know that Gerald here has such great company within his pool team. He is also looking to build even better company here with gateways onto the front line. Besides that, he's already gotten a Stargate onto the high ground, and he's whipping out an Oracle here to try and harass if ever. In the meantime, though, Jairus just keeping up on the macro side, filling up those workers, getting a bit of the army here and there. Cyclone to mitigate whatever kind of push Gerald wants to do, and the Oracle has to back on away instead. Third base, though, being built here by Gerald so far. These warp gates right now gonna be ready to go to add more and more units to the front line. The assimilator gonna be looking to add on to the natural as well. More gas, more high-tier units here for Gerald. In the meantime, Jairus will be adding more and more of the Marines instead, with the reactor tech pumping out these units as much as possible. Anyway, though, an additional Raven is in order, a siege tank there as well. And you see this pretty commonly from some Marine heavy comps in the first place. Before you get the upgrades, you add in some of these units that can help on out. The Raven, not only a detector, the interference matrix is going to be very good at against things like the Colossus, and the armor can amplify some damage, and some turrets to be harassing along the way. But that Eye Matrix really is the star of the show for many. Siege tanks going to be so very strong if ever. And for now, the Oracle able to get into the natural infiltrate and get rid of a few of these SCVs here and everywhere. 5 of them going on down. Strategic recall to bring that Oracle back into the fold. And on the other side, Gerald just pretty much chilling on out, getting all of the workers that he would like, getting that third base set on up, and looking pretty cool, calm, and collected, with all things considered. Besides that, though, these Marines are on the march, And third base right now gonna get secured here by Jaros. He has a bit of that army count in his favor, but in the meantime, Gerald actually gonna be going for the Phoenix here and now. A bit of that extra harassment if ever with the Graviton beams, looking to get rid of maybe that Raven if ever, and just get an initial scouting onto the other side of the map. Good patrol here for Gerald to in the way of any kind of drops. And the thing about that Phoenix, it's also good for the hunt against Medivacs there and then. Seems like though, Jairus has decided to park that Cyclone, and it doesn't get seen whatsoever. Revelation connecting onto the Raven, the Oracle backing on away so far. And for now, it is going to be Gerald having these Stalkers on the hunt, blinking on forward, but the Siege Tank set up to get rid of one Stalker in return. So pick for a pick between our two players. The thing I'm seeing here though for Gerald is he's very, very comfortable at leaving something to defend. On the main base, he has Shield Battery. On the third base, he has the Photon Cannon. On the west flank, he has the Phoenix. And this is something you don't see too very often in some of our players. They're just like, okay, I'll be able to respond immediately. I'll be able to defend that. But no, Gerald already taking one step ahead, already going for the more proactive play. And this might help him out if ever. It's only going to be a small strike force courtesy of Jaros. But you know what isn't looking too small? The supply right now for Jaros. He is a bit blocked for the time being, but with 69 army as of yet, he's getting more and more units to add up to his collection. Not only that, he has 4 of these racks, make that 5 actually, on the high ground so far. 2 of them with reactors, 3 with tech labs, and Marauders being pumped out alongside Marines. Revelation though gonna be spotting out this initial army so far, and Gerald using that vision to snipe a Marauder before backing on out. Here we go with another shot into the blink on away. Another unit will go down, and Gerald is basically taking what he can get out of that initial skirmish. In the meantime though, it's already time for the scan. The Zealot's gonna get warped on in. Charge lot is ready to go, but here we go with the concave being built by Jaros. Immediately it's started up yet again to go for the shots. In behind, the charge lots are there, going after the Siege Tank. And speaking of the Siege Tank, the Graviton beam catches the first one in the front line, but Jaros still happy about having some units into the front. But the Colossus is there, courtesy of Gerald to go for the cook-up. Can they hunt down that Colossus in time? Yes, the Strider will go down. Stalker started back on the way, but Zealot's reinforcing the front line yet again. And Jaros this time decided to evacuate. Get the hell out of there. He already sniped the Colossus. This Medivac in behind, tanking the damage. Luckily though for Jaros that has no units whatsoever, and suddenly the turnabout is fair play yet again. Gerald going for the chase, but Jaros is there having his army ready to go yet again. Another push and pull, another wave of action, and we'll see how Gerald will defend this time. He goes for the High Templar. He will be warping out those Archons. They're getting pushed around at the front line. That Zealot, the hero, gonna be falling on down. The Stalker taking up the damage, and the Medivac is whipping out as many band-aids as it can. Colossus though still staying safely in behind. Probe's already gonna get pulled on away, and the Nexus point will be abandoned as Gerald cannot hold against the onslaught of Jaros. But this Colossus has to be careful, and it will be able to get away in time. A great push and pull there. Neither side though overcommitting, and both sides getting a punish on one another. But with Gerald having that army advantage, he was just able to overwhelm Gerald there. And Gerald losing the Colossus in the first place, going for the Archon Warp in front of his opponent. And even though the Archons are a good idea, problem is that's gonna be 4 Zealots that you're sacrificing from a warp cycle, and without those blades in the front line, then it isn't gonna be enough. Now though, front line yet again getting hampered, and the problem is it's a Colossus there. Archon Warp gonna be futile because these units are ready to go, and Gerald just getting caught out here by Jaros time and time again. Here comes the Robo Facility, but the Vikings are on the hunt against the Strider there, and the Archon gonna get pretty much blown to smithereens. Here we go with the A move yet again. On to the push we go. Starters are abound, and Jaros just overwhelming the numbers yet again. It's almost too little too late for Gerald to figure out something to do, and eventually the conclusion will fall in favor of Jaros there. It was like triple the army count for Jaros at one point. And a great show from Jaros to take map number 1. Honestly, in terms of MMR, you could say that's a bit of an upset. But man, oh man, a great show of force there from Jaros. Some really smart plays from Gerald here and there. But unfortunately, just the numbers adding up time and time again in favor of Jaros there. So map number 1 gonna get taken by Jaros. Gerald, in the meantime, looking to choose Lightshade next. Personally, one of the more, I'd say, familiar maps to me. I love how it's set up. Has a bit of that simulacrum flavor in it. Has a bit of that Acropolis in it. And it really is just one of those familiar maps to play on. But for now, Jera's gonna be pretty much smiling, beaming, taking that map number one away from moving on to the grand finals. In the meantime, Gerald gonna be looking to go for the comeback, trying to get this map number 2, going for that map number 3 if ever, but it's still anyone's game. We are not done yet. This is only the upper bracket finals. There's a bit more happening in the lower bracket. As we said before, Coxtex is already waiting for someone to come and face off against him. Killer Munoz doing the same thing. GFG and Jardax still having their battle, I presume. And it seems like the lower bracket is something we can follow later on as well. For now, though, Lightshade gonna be our next battleground. If you guys enjoy what you see, why not support Project Chaos Esports? You know, like our page on Facebook, follow us on Twitch, check out our Twitter as well, check out our website, whatever socials we have, and you can just tune on in and be updated on all things PCE. But now it is time for us to get into our next game. Second game between our Protoss and Terran. Best of 3 action with the Terran a map ahead. Introducing first though, on the southeast side of Lightshade LE. Overwhelming as he is, he has been overwhelmed in the last map. Can he get back to form and win it out this time? It is your blue Protoss, and he is Gerald. In the meantime, here on the top left, apparently Death follows him wherever he decides to play on, and he has brought in Doom and Destruction from that first game. It is your Yellow Terran, our first champion ever in PCE, and his name is Jaros. So here we are again, PvT action. Lightshade, the first time I believe we've seen it on stream. And like I said before, I just love how it's formed. You go up and up and up to expand. You can go all the way down to expand. And it's pretty easy to actually hold on to the natural. You're going to be able to make a wall there and set up in a way that protects both the entrance of natural as well as a bit of that third in the first place. In the meantime, though, there's only one entrance in the main base, which is, of course, going to be protected by the second base. From that point on, and it is just gravy to do whatever you want on the high ground. Anyway, though, here we are at it again. Gerald just going for the cycle and cycle and cycle. And a while ago I said it's like it can protect that third base if you do form one up in a way that you can easily reinforce that third base in the first place. Gerald being a big pest and the probe. But the thing is, it's also on the high ground right now. And that's a beauty of a map like this. Even though it is a bit of a stone skip away, you still are on the same kind of elevation, and you're going to be able to react onto some of the ramps here and there if positioned correctly. Your front line is also a defensive fortification, and if you take that extra space by walling up that natural or at least having some fortifications there, then you already know that you aren't going to be standing by onto the high ground. You're not going to be standing by somewhere a little iffy. It just really is all about defending as far as you can. Anyway, though, here we are at it with the Reaper harassing. Gerald, though, bringing out the Adept, and the Shade giving chase for now. One thing, though, about Lightshade is you can be cheeky about these small little pillars onto the center of the map. There's some space to actually build some buildings here and there, and with them being on the high ground, they're not going to get spotted out by any units already going straight for the other base. Gerald, though, set up with Psionic Transfer, dealing with the Reaper so far, gets rid of it, and just teleports behind you. Nothing personal, Mr. Marine, and goodbye to the unit there. So Gerald is harassing his opponent with impunity. Those units trying to protect, gonna be just basically going down, and now with the success of the first Adept, here comes the second. More of the shots coming, but in behind all of this, or technically out in front, it's a proxy starport waiting to go. Now, though, another Adept built here by Jaros. By Gerald, rather. Jaros, in the meantime, still hiding inside the bunker. The SCVs has decided to come on out as the Marines and the Hellion looking to reinforce and defend if ever. But this Adept so very pesky, and Gerald gonna be able to infiltrate onto the main base. SCV is already gonna get pulled on the wave, with 2 of them caught mid-transition, but the rest are actually still working in behind all of that. And this Adept right now trying to get the hell away, but no, it has been trapped. The trap has been sprung. The Hellion will pay the price of its life. Now these Adepts are doing all they can and more to just be the biggest bother of them all. More SCVs inside the bunker so far. Starport right now, gonna be able to get a tech lab on. It did lift up though because it didn't have that space, I believe. But this one attempt, being a hero and just being the biggest annoyance that it can be. Just right now stuck on the high ground with some of these SCVs. More Marines into play. And now the DPS might be enough to break this one down. Yes, it is. Jaros gonna be able to finally get the cleanup. And now the ball is on the other court. Time and time again, shot after shot. And this is going to be Jaros getting that Banshee cloak, with the Banshee being pumped out if ever. Will Gerald, though, be ready for this? That is going to be the question. Will he have any kind of detection? His robo facility is on the low ground, and he is getting an observer, but it seems like it will be on the hunt for some scouting information instead. It's the only one of its kind also, so no real vision, no real detection so far here for Gerald. At the very least, though, the Templar Archives is going to be next on the list, so if he does get some vision, and if he does get a High Templar early on, it might be a good way to go for the feedback if ever. But the Observer is going to be the crux of this defense. There is no Forge here for Gerald so far, and the Banshee is coming the way of the Protoss. Gerald gonna spot this one coming. The Observer, though, is gonna be able to pass on by. Pylons being built, and here comes a Wailing Ghost, ready to go for the missile shots on the low ground. One probe will go down. Second one gonna be next on the list. Seems like, though, the Stalkers are giving chase. And the thing about this is Jaros is not ready with the cloak as of yet. 10 seconds left. Gerald has already responded in kind and has put this Banshee into the corner. A bit of a timeout so far. And now it's time to go for the offensive yet again. But oh no, the Observer is there. And this is what we have been fearing. Even though Jaros will be able to go for the cloak, this Observer will give chase and more. Does he have another Observer? No, he's confident that is all the detection he needs and more. And immediately, the Stalkers will go for the shots to answer back. Gerald, though, in the meantime, not only that, he's gone for the offensive. These Zealots are in position, hampering the natural base. We also have some Archons inside of Warp Prism. It seems like, though, the march is on, and Jaros basically throwing all of his units against the walls of the Protoss so far. SCV still going on down. In the meantime, Archons going to be used for the defense instead. And this is just going to be cleanup on all of these workers and more. Seems like, though, there's this round onto the Lone Zealot. 10 SCVs, though, still go down. And a big chunk of those workers have been felled. Jaros not only losing on the work count, but also losing some more units onto the army side in the front lines. Seems like Archon's getting micro appropriately. It's all about the Warp Prism here getting the value. And GG is called. Gerald will tie it up 1-1. A good show there from Gerald. He shows off what he can do with the Warp Prism. The drops were sublime, able to defend, able to keep all of those units up and running, and the Zealots just getting the proper damage at the right time. Not only that, he caught Jaros marching on out. He caught Jaros trying to get that cloak, and every single time Jaros wanted to do something, it was Gerald finding an answer, Gerald in position, and it really felt like there was just no room to breathe, no time to waste, and no way to get on out. So great play there from Gerald, able to tie it up. And now we are going to get into our first map number 3 of the night. Pillars of Gold will be next on this list. Question is, though, who will take it? Will it be Jaros moving on to the grand finals, or will it be Gerald? This best of 3 has really showed the best of these two players so far. But for now, it's going to be do or die time between Gerald and Jaros. These two players, though, have brought in a good fight against one another. Jaros impressing, especially on game number 1. But for Gerald, when he's able to control the battlefield, when he's able to basically get in a rhythm and more, then it just was him in cruise control from that point on. It's a key difference because we saw Jaros unable to balloon in a way that he would like because the adepts of Gerald there. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Gerald actually harass his opponent yet again, make it a pretty even army counts, and win out through that micro, through that efficiency, and through the reactions that we've seen from that last game. But now it's time for game number 3 to come. Who will take it in the Battle of the Grandmasters? Will it be Gerald on the Protoss side, or will it be Jaros on the Terran side? We'll find out as we are into the game. Introducing first quickly into Pillars of Gold, it is your blue Protoss, Gerald. In the meantime, here on the bottom left, It's your yellow Terran, Jaros. As we are, 1-1. We said before, we said it again. We're not done yet with this whole tournament. Even though this is the upper bracket finals, seems like there is matchup after matchup still to come on the lower bracket side. Can't wait for more. Can't wait to see what is going to be here. And I can't wait to see the future plans of PCE for SC2. But let's look into the present and let's look into the now. Jaros gonna be looking to build his standard wall on up onto the high ground. Supply depot, barracks, gonna be of course the usual stuff. In the meantime though, Gerald deciding to already expand all the way onto the natural instead. Feeling confident that he can hold that second base immediately. Getting that assimilator up and running. And the thing about this is he might want to wall up a bit earlier rather than getting that nexus immediately. Question is though, what will Jaros do in response? The thing is that he is gonna have a good zone to jump up top because the ramp, or in this case the cliff rather, has not been covered. Gerald instead doing all he can and more onto the natural, and that's gonna be the gateway up and running. He does have the money to build 2 of these buildings, but he decides to go for the cyber core instead. Feels like he can hold if ever, and the earlier the cyber core comes, then the earlier he can get a ranged unit. Next is now going to be up and running. Jaros in the meantime looking to save up for that CC after building that orbital command in the first place. And his probe has been chased yet again. Might get cornered and gonna get drilled on down by the SCV there. So both sides will be going for that second base up and running. And really goes to show that you can see how secure these players are. For other players, you might think, this just wall this up just in case. But just the understanding of the timings, the understanding of these range units being necessary against a Terran in the first place, and the Adept gonna get chrono boosted out to not only hunt for the Reaper, but also go for the harassment if ever. Thing is though, we're talking about a unit that isn't coming whatsoever. Instead, we are seeing the reactor from Jaros, and he's double pumping out Marines here and now. He doesn't want to go for his own scout, for his own harass in the first place because of what happened in game number 2. The Adepts packing a good punch. Jaros was not ready for it. Problem is though, the bunker is not set on up as of yet. And with these Adepts coming the way of Jaros, well, Gerald might be able to do the same thing again. Thing is though, this is a lot of DPS right here, right now. Even without the bunker, these Marines can go for a lot of shots if ever, and can take down that Adept if need be. Besides that, with the reactor on top of that barracks in the first place, double pump Marines gonna add more and more of these units. And for Gerald, this harassment's not going to work the way that he would like. Shots still do come. Those glaives pack such a big punch against light units, and Marines are a big example of that. In this case, though, it's still just a play of the supply depots, and Gerald going to be waiting on around with the Adept so far. Jaros, in the meantime, wanting to go for the assaults, but Gerald will take that open door approach and say, okay, thank you very much. Let me get onto the inside instead. SCVs, though, evacuating so far. Supply depot left up top. And now Gerald going to be onto the inside, but double pump Helion's going to be there onto the opposite part of the spectrum. Anyway, though, Gerald still fighting against these Hellions. These things cannot handle these Adepts whatsoever. And that is going to be one of them going down. All about micro here for both sides. Just trying to get that maximum rage from the Hellions. But shots do come. And one more should do it. Here comes the double pump Hellion still coming back yet again. The reactor, such a big help here for Jaros. Keeping him despite and more. Allowing to do all he can. And now the probe is going to get pulled to try and defend into the front line. So Jaros sacrificing a little bit there. Just to go for his own assault. Forcing Gerald to answer back with the probe pull. And even though it doesn't pack the damage that he would like, at the very least, it does buy some time for him to push forward even more. Now and again, Jaros just finding opportunities and taking it. Gets rid of shield battery there, preventing that energy to go into healing these units and buildings if ever. And for now, Jaros gonna be happy of what has unfolded so far. Not only that, he's able to play into the tech that he would like, and he goes again with the Banshee and the Cloak. This time, though, it is going to be a further starport, which means that this Cloak should be right on time as soon as he makes it to the other side of the map. In the meantime, though, Warp Prism being built, and not only that, Gerald has decided, when in doubt, just go for the Dark Shrine. In behind, ahead, even, doesn't matter. It's DT time. And the thing is, Gerald is behind on the army count so far. So if he can make some space with these DTs, if he can get rid of the SCVs if ever, then it'll be a good sign for him to keep on alive even in a low army state. Anyway, though, it is going to be high time for more of these gateways to be built. And the Robo Babe going to be there as well. Forge coming online. Pylon going to be right beside it. But you know what else is going to be beside everything else? It's going to be that Banshee moving over to the east side with Cloak online. It decides to play Peekaboo and decides to go Houdini and disappear. Goes for the shot there onto the probe, but that's going to be that as the DT has already infiltrated onto the natural blaze. Gets a first kill there and then Scando going to get committed. The DT able to get away in time. Just that range just getting in the way of the Terran to actually defend this one. But in this case, though, it seems like a convention of SCVs surrounding the missile turret so far. The Dark Templar has a lot of work to do if it wants to make it through to the other side. And Jaros really sacrificing all of that mining time to prevent the DT from making it there. Still, though, okay, so Jaros, I like what he did there, but that's a lot of time being bought because the main base has been hampered. And really, these DTs all over the place. Gerald has just been able to get into infiltration mode, able to harass these SCVs in the first place. And it really just goes to show that when you're looking at one base, the other one is just burning on down. Gerald able to do the damage that needs to be done. The Raven, though, is out and about. And the SCVs now will say, okay, time for the repairs. These things are on fire. We need to make sure that this can actually survive for now. And some good swaps there and then for Jaros to at least add in more and more of those units that he needs into the later game. But that Dark Templar giving space to Gerald there, and both sides making decision after decision to try and find a way to get the advantage. Banshee being at best, Archon's though gonna get dropped on over. Gerald still proving his superiority on the Warp Prism micro counts. And with that being said, it seems like Gerald's gonna be chilling on the round onto the main base for now. After seeing those DTs just do that, it really feels like for Yellow Terran, he wants to play it safe and sound instead. Still on the 2-base setup though, while Gerald will take the advantage and take control of a 3rd base for now. In any case though, Gerald's deciding, hey, these Banshees, I got Cloak for them for good reason. I'm gonna try to harass anyway. Problem is though, one of them is already running out of the energy before things do start off. And this Disruptor just chilling onto the outskirts if ever. Jaros, though, on the hunt, wanting to go to the main base. Siege the shield battery there, but the problem is, against 2 Banshees, the shield battery doesn't even get the proc on because the missiles already insta-killing the probe in the first place. Blinks do come, though, courtesy of Gerald. The hunt is on. The Cloak has ran on out. And the thing is for Gerald, he is getting ready for the big ball that is to come. He's getting the Colossi up and running. He has a Disruptor there as well. And besides that, he has Archons on the inside of the Warp Prism to fortify either the front line or go for a drop if ever. In the meantime, though, Gerald even adding up a cannon to the mix alongside some pylons. 3rd base now being built here by Jaros. But you can see that if Gerald can actually add more and more to his economy, then these units can go en masse. We'll see the Striders come, we'll see the blue balls of energy alongside the Novas, and it might be too much to handle for Jaros. But thing is, Jaros does not skip a beat whatsoever. He wants to go for the push right here, right now. He's getting the upgrades, looking to go for a good timing here and now. The Stalkers, though, blinking on forward, assassinating the Raven there. And while Jaros will get the upgrades and some information, but still going to be charged on the other side. Gerald is there already on the hunt. Micros that Nova waits, so it doesn't hit the Zealots. But the Colossi, though, in behind. Siege tanks already fortifying themselves, looking for the shock cannon mode. But this is just Gerald with the Archons all the way into the front line, getting the cleanup of whatever is there. Banshee's still backing a punch onto some buildings there, and then Stalkers already warped on in to try and defend. The Marines are in position to do some bit of damage, but no, the Warp Prism is still there to keep that Archon alive, and this forces Jaros to back on away. Just the anticipation there by Gerald, really allowing him to win that fight. Not only does he snipe that Raven, preventing from the interference matrix to actually get in the way of that fight, but also the Archons keeping up the tanking, the charge coming online at the right time, the Nova Micro on the way to protect its own units. And from that point on, it was just Gerald controlling that fight so far. Don't forget, though, we are live on multiple socials. We are live on Facebook. We're live on Twitch. I believe we're live on YouTube as well. And it really is just wherever you're comfy to watch the PCE action. Gerald, though, in a very comfy spot. And now he is on the march yet again. looking to go for the counterattack, looking to overwhelm his opponents, while Jairus is in complete emergency mode, trying to get that concussive shot on, trying to get that armor, and seeing the Nova blow up a Widow Mine in front of him. So one Nova for one Widow Mine. Not the best value for the Disruptor, but you take what you can take. And this is the Thermal Lance getting the extension that it needs to just cook up a meal for Gerald to move on to the Grand Finals. Jaros doesn't even have the chance to handle it, doesn't even have the chance to fight back, and Gerald will take map number 3. Well played there by Gerald, proving why he is in the top scenes of StarCraft 2 in the first place. And from a shaky game number 1, you can see he found his footing, he found the harassment that he wanted to, he controlled the game the way that he would like, and from that point on, able to overwhelm his opponent. So great plays there from Gerald and Jaros. Jaros should be proud of that one map win, and he will fall though to the lower bracket for now. He will be at the tail end to see who actually makes it all the way. That lower bracket in progress for the time being. So stay tuned, guys. We still got more matches to go here in the Collateral Damage SC2 tournament. Hello, guys. Welcome back. So we have gone through round after round after round in the Project Chaos Esports Collateral Damage, and it has been an incredible one so far. So let's recap that one real quick from round number one. We were able to see Killer Monias be able to beat GFG 2-0, and then we did move on to Cockstack versus Fate as a 2-0 as well. Then swapping back on over to the lower side of round number three, we saw Jaros win out against Killer Monias 2-0. And at the ends of the upper bracket, it did become Gerald versus Jaros, and it went to 3 rounds. So you already knew that that matchup was one to watch. Great effort there from Jaros, overwhelming in map number one, but the expectations and of course the pedigree of Gerald coming to bear fruits in games number two and three. And from that point on, he will be our first finalist in this bracket. Now, in the meantime, there's a bunch of things going on in the lower bracket. We're waiting for the results of a very, very long matchup between GFG and Jardax. And whoever wins that will be facing off against Cockstacks. And then after that, they'll be facing off against Jeros in the lower bracket finals. So you have one match pending, one more match after that in the grand finals. So if you guys are tuning on in right now, we still got more matches to go. And I was joking about it a while ago that I might reach the sunrise as soon as we're at the tail end of this tournament. And with how the lower bracket's going, it might really be the case. It might be getting late for you guys in the EU side as well. But hey, we're in this together. We're enjoying some StarCraft 2 action, and I cannot wait for more. Besides that, though, guys, we thank you for tuning on here, the Collateral Damage Tournament. If you want to be updated on all things P-Chaos, then you get check out the socials that keep showing up on the right-hand side, p-chaos.com. You want some news updates, first looks into whatever tournaments we're looking to do, then you gotta check out the website. Not only that, follow us on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, on Twitch, on Instagram, whatever kind of socials we have in the first place. Every little bit counts to help us help you guys know what is to come for Project Chaos Esports. Not only that, as we grow the community, we are going to be able to support it more and more and more. And we are just so very happy to have you here. Now, PCE, it started all the way in September with StarCraft 2, actually, and we're still keeping on. We had a tournament September, October, and November, a bit of a December break for StarCraft, but here we are back in January, a full new year, and we're still going on with more and more of these tournaments. Our mod team has gotten a little bit bigger. We got the marshals there at doing the best they can, and of course our admins and our prods doing all the behind the scenes work to make it a very, very fun place. We've seen you guys support this more and more, and we are happy to have you here. Besides that, though, just enjoy the rest of the tournament. Now, though, the question is, I really just want to know what's going on with this, because when you have a series that takes how long? I think we already went past that best of three that went 3 games, and the series started before that. So if this is like a 30-40 minute game, I don't even know anymore. It just might be the tomfoolery that would surprise everyone. And it kind of is scary in a way that you're waiting for such a long matchup. If you're like Coxta right now, who's waiting for this, he's just like, what is going on with these two? I want to know, why is this taking forever? Are they so evenly matched? Are they going to be able to just defend or attack for so very long? Those kind of questions do creep on in. Besides that, you can also feel confident. Just be like, okay, I'm here, I'm waiting, and I might be able to roll it as well. Two sides of the same coin. You got your positives, you got your negatives, but this has been a positive time here at Collateral Damage. We've had some great games so far, and of course, we got the giveaway ongoing as well. 2 €10 Blizzard gift cards are up for grabs on our Facebook stream. Pretty simple to do. All you gotta do is like the Project Chaos Esports page. So if you're on the stream right now, drag it away or go back to the page on Facebook. You hit that thumbs up button, give us that like, and we are going to be happy for your support. Besides that, share that stream. Not only can you show off what else is there happening in PCE, you're going to be able to get in our radar, be like, oh, this guy shared the stream. He's part of the raffle now, isn't he? Besides that, we want it a bit more direct. Comment down below and tag a friend. Just say, hey, you want to enjoy some StarCraft 2 action with me? make a new friend, maybe just tag some random person on Facebook, be like, hey, look at this, it's StarCraft 2, and you might make a new friend along the way. Regardless of what you do, those are 3 steps to actually join, and we'll have 2 winners at the end of our broadcast. We still got matches waiting on, and we are still waiting on for the rest of the results. But hey, it's time for us to take a quick little break because there is no ending in sight as of yet. As soon as we are ready for our next matchup, guys, we will be getting straight into the action and we'll be right back. So stay tuned and stick around. Don't go away. We still got more collateral damage to come here for SC2.
just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are finally back into the rhythm. I believe that has to be a record of probably the longest best of three that we've ever had. We didn't see it on stream, but that whole series was already done, and we had to wait most of the hour for it. So it really goes to show that matchup between Jardax and Game for Germany or GFG going the long haul. 2-1 scoreline though in favor of Jardax, and now he will be facing off against Coxta Aforte into the losers round number 5. And this isn't the finals yet, guys. Whoever wins this will face off against Jeros, and whoever wins that will be facing off against Gerald in the grand finals. Our first map here will be Pillars of Gold LE. And from all the PVTs that we have seen on stream so far, I do believe I will be getting another one yet again. Coxa did play Protoss a while ago, if my memory serves correctly. And if it is going to be Terran for the side of Jardax instead. In the meantime, Pillars of Gold gonna be on big on the macro side. And if you guys are still sticking around, first things first, thank you very much for being so very patient. Second, don't forget we still have a giveaway going on Facebook. Like the page of Project Chaos Esports, share the stream, and comment and tag a friend to be one of our 2 winners for the €10 Blizzard gift code giveaway. So you already know that not only do the players win, here in the PCE environment. Also, our viewers, that we are very thankful for you guys tuning on in. And have you had enough Protoss versus Terran? Well, too bad. We're doing it again. I think we got no Zergs this tournament, don't we? I really feel that that has been the case. And, I love PvT. I said it at the start of the stream. But even if you have something that you love over and over again, you might feel a bit sick of it. It really feels like every little nuance though might make a difference here. A Protoss, their AoEs doing all they can and more. A Terran looking for the overwhelm. And we are gonna be getting into the game. A bit of relief for me. At the same time, a lot of excitement to get into this matchup. Jardax though, after that long matchup against GFG, will he find it in him to find a way against Coxta? Coxta impressing many as soon as we saw him face off against Fate. But he lost the upper bracket slot thanks to Gerald and his strength. We'll see though who will move on to the lower bracket finals as we get into the first game of our lower bracket, round number 5. Introducing first, here on the bottom left of Pillars of Gold LE, it is your green Protoss, and his name is Coxta. Short for Coxta O Forte. I don't know if that's a full name or not, but this man from Portugal looking to impress yet again with his style and his power. But on the underside, you can call him the Marathon Man. You can call him the Endurance Master. But in the end, he is the one that has made it through, and he is here back to show us what he can do in the first place. It is your Red Terran, and his name is Jardax Sick. I believe I've seen Jardax before in the previous PC tournament, so good to have him back. And, as we said before, Jardax winning out that long matchup against Gamefront Germany. Now, the thing is, between these 2 players, both of them have been beaten by Gerald. That is why they're in the lower bracket. And whoever wins this will be facing off another victim of Gerald's onslaught, which is Jeros. So it goes to show that, powerhouse like that dominating into the upper bracket, but these names in the lower bracket still putting on the style, putting on a show, and putting on a show of force with the strength that they have in the first place. So our remaining 4 players into the bracket, looking to get into the money. Only the top 2 gonna have something for them to take home. $50 euro prize pool with 35 for the champion and 15 for the runner-up. But right now, it's time to run and gun, as this is gonna be Coxta looking for the proxy gateway, chrono boosting out that zealot here and now. So basically, the max packs yet again. Seems like that probe will be going down. And basically, that probe is a sacrificial lamb to be the biggest pest that can be. Jardax, though, in the meantime, gets the scout on and sees that there is a gateway nearby. Good spot there by Jardax, but does he have the answer in the first place? Coxa already bringing in the Zealot, going after the SCV there and then. Jardax in the meantime with that lone Marine, monitoring that one, and around we go. True to the command center. The Marine gonna get cleaved up there by the Zealot so far. Now the SCV is the target. Seems like the Coxa backing on away so far. And Concussive Shell gonna be called here for Jardax instead, reacting in kind of what's to come. And for Jardax, many have said that this guy can actually be very, very impressive. Someone who might be able to play in a way that is above his punching bag, punches above his weight class rather. And we'll see if he can make a punching bag out of Coxa there. But Marauder right now looking for the shots and does get rid of the Zealot along the way. Jardax in the meantime gonna get supply block. He was relying on that command center for the supply itself, so he has to build the supply depot. No, scratch that. He calls on down and really just adds in the desperation in terms of the food that he has. Anyway, though, Costa, he is just containing his opponent very, very well. Gets rid of the command center, forces the cancel on out, leaving Jardax on one base. And all behind that, of course, Costa going for his own expansion and speed. So space equals created here for Costa. He's happy with the setup. He's going to be able to run away in terms of the economy. And Jardax, in the meantime, he will answer back, but not just one, but two command centers. Now, if you're looking into this kind of build, the thing is, you are expected to go for heavy macro in behind because your opponent might be thinking, oh, the aggression might come at any given time. But Jardax, he is a mad lad indeed. He will take that risk. He will call the bluff of Costa right now. And building two command centers to try and go to 3 bases immediately might be a call that will work out for him if Costa isn't paying attention properly. Now, still though with initial lead, Costa, as soon as he realizes what is there on the other side, he might find an opportunity to actually, oh my god, that's around though, courtesy of the pros. Well played there by Costa. But back to my point, he might find a way to actually attack and punish what Jardax is doing here. Still though, apparently it is gonna be Void Rays abound, and Sky Toss might be the way to go here for Costa. Now, these Void Rays have been really strong actually, thanks to the previous patches here and there to buff them up. And Skytoss has been a popular choice for many, and we've seen it even against like the Zerg race especially. It's fun to actually see Microbial Shroud for Infestors be somewhat useful against the Skytoss army. But Coxta, he's going to be going for the Void Rays, and he has to be careful, though, with how he's playing this, because a lot of Marines on the other side can easily shoot down whatever is flying there. Apparently, bullets can breach the hulls of these ships in the first place, and gravity not affecting them, because those Gauss rifles just getting a DPS on in the first place. In any case, though, so let's see what Jarlax is going to be up to. He's called a bluff, and he's going for that second base already. Bring in the SCVs, using that third command center, not only for the mules, but also to build some more SCVs along the way. For now, though, in the meantime, here for Coxta, he does have this Phoenix to go for the scout if ever. And it seems like Jardax is breaking down the gateway that was close by. So what's the plan here for Jardax now? I'm really excited for this third command center. Don't get me wrong, it is a big gamble, but if he does get ahead on the economy side, then that will just be the biggest brain play that you can expect from Jardax here. In the meantime, though, seems like the Cyclone breaking that hallucination. The bunker is just hanging out so far. And in the meantime, seems like the call here for Coxta is to, at the very least, keep up with whatever he's building here and now. Will we see more Void Rays, though? He's actually going for the Mass Phoenix approach instead, because 5 of them are out and about. Chrono boosting them out as well. There comes the scan, though, and Jarlax trying to get the hell away. But these Phoenixes are fast, and they are going to be nimble quick, and this Cyclone will be very, very dead. Graviton beam to get the catch. Coxta right now looking for the harass instead. And seems like he's going for this Mass Phoenix approach to just catch a few of the SCVs hanging around and doing their job. Anyway, though, onto the east side we go with the Sky Toss fleet for now. Seems like these fighters are ready to pounce. And onto the main mineral line we go, but the missile turret is set on up. Quickly as they came, though, that's going to be a good micro there from Costa to get the hell away. One Phoenix, though, will go down. The Cyclone going to be able to get a lock onto one of these planes as well. And here we go with Graviton V to turn it around, but the Marines going for the shots instead. And while the Phoenix will fall, apparently the Cyclone won't. Jardax able to defend that one in a good way so far. And right here, right now, it will be Cox deciding to go for the third base as well. So it seems like Jardax, he has something in him to really delay these games. And we are 7 minutes on in. And it seems like for Jardax, really, that is the show that we are expecting. All about that macro, all about that defense. Doing all he can and more to read his opponents and to build on up in a way to keep up with whatever advantage Coxa was able to do in the first place. In any case, though, this is going to be time right here, right now, for Jardax to set up his third base. But on the other side, Coxa able to saturate immediately his new base with the probes going that way. 62 workers to 43, though. Coxa still in a pretty good spot so far. Seems like Jardax has really not broken this gateway as of yet. And he is just taking sweet time to do that. In behind, though, it seems like we're going to get some upgrades here for Coxa. +1 on the armor and the weapon side. +1 on the charge as well. On the Twilight Council. And he's getting more gateways. He's adding Templar Archives to the mix. He has the Robo Bay. The Colossus is being built up as well. And basically, Coxa is saying, okay, let's future-proof this game and be ready for whatever is to come. Observer also giving that intel, but in behind all of this, we are finally going to get stiff back here for Jardax by the 8.5 minute mark. Should be up by the 9+ situation. A bit later, though, than expected so far. And in this case, it is going to be Jardax right here, right now, sending in a fully loaded medevac to go over and harass this main base. And behind, though, Coxa decided to sample everything he can on the Protoss side. The only thing I believe he's missing now is the fleet beacon. And with that being said, Coxa is just happy to keep this lead up and more. But a little bit of this passive play might cost him a bit more of this advantage because Jardax right now, oh, he barely avoids the Phoenixes there and decides to play it safe and put the Marines down on the ground instead. In any case, though, seems like upgrades are coming. And Coxa immediately going for the shots against the medevacs. Seems like the Marines, though, taking advantage of that distraction. And here we go with the stim pack on into this fourth base. In any case, though, the charge slots are already there. Looking to go for the march, looking to go for the hunt, and trying to cleave up whatever they can and more yet again. Slice, dice, make a quick little grillery out of that one. And Coxa just defending yet again with whatever advantage he had in the first place. 16 worker lead right now for Coxa, securing that fourth base for now. Jardax, so in the meantime, heavily fortifying his third with some siege tanks in the first place. And as of yet, seems like we are getting more and more of the command centers here for Jardax. It really feels like for Jardax, the plan of action is to basically use these CCs and get as many mules as he can to add up in the Marines, use that for SCVs as well, and saturate some bases before anything else. Coxa, though, in the meantime, be a bit proactive there with the Dark Templar, putting one onto a potential fourth base, but Jardax deciding to expand onto the east side instead. SCV, though, have been going on down. 8 of them getting sliced around onto the main base. And Coxa happy to take advantage of no units here for Jardax so far. Missile turret, even though it can see, it cannot shoot. This DT can be easily breaking that down. Now these fools walking into the main mineral base. And this Dark Templar has gotten all the value in the world and more. 10 kills already. Finally, the scan does come online. The DT going down a blaze of glory. But the damage has been done. And Coxa still keeping up the advantage. Time and time again, when we see this kind of build, it does end up turning into a later game situation. In any case, though, Coxa is just happy to chill on that 100 army for him. He's getting closer and closer, though, to the 200 mark. And keeping a good eye on the supply to not get blocked whatsoever. High temp into play. ZT is going to be there as well. And, okay, did he actually just I believe he did just turn those DTs into Archons, except that lone one who is doing all he can and more to destroy the middle line there onto Natural. And all the way on the other side, the pylon being a distraction as the army is coming the way of Jardax. Costa, though, doing all he can and more to assassinate SCVs. Here we go with a big army right now for Costa. Hallucinated Colossi, trying to be a bit scary there in the first place. And will we see the intro GG here and now? It's been a long time though, but 14 SCVs saying goodnight and goodbye. Jardax waiting on the east side, and here we go with the engagement. Siege tanks so unable to siege on in. The Zealots are already charging forward. Guardian Shield is there. The Void Ray also going for the alignment, and that is going to be the Thermal Lance getting the cook as they move on forward. SCVs so have been pulled, and everything is dying on Jardax's side. GG is called. Coxta with a slow burn to take map number 1. Coxta, just cooking up a storm yet again, showing us our recipe of success and able to win it out against the defense master that is Jardax there. The Protoss able to take map number 1 out of 3. And will we see a 2-0? That's going to be the question. I'll be a bit fortunate for Jardax though, because he had one of the longest sets we've ever seen in PCE history, just to fall there. So I would really expect that he is going to be extra motivated as we get into game number 2. You want to be able to fight for your life. You want to be able to fight as hard as he can with the most opportunities you have in the first place. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him bring his all into this upcoming map. In the meantime, though, Jardax, just for Coxta rather, he's been doing a great job in basically getting his harassment on, going for some experiments here and there, but still having enough to defend, still having your standard units, still having whatever you needed to really win out the game. And he did all he can and more to win it out from there. He had the tech that he needed. And, you know, in any other case, you invest in tech like that, it might be dangerous, but when you're just so ahead, then you can actually choose to do that in the first place. Dark Templar also getting value here, there, and everywhere. Main base getting sliced from the shadows. Natural base getting sliced from the shadows. One of the fort bases basically getting denied by the DT being there. And our next map will be Jagannatha LE. So we are going to be back in action here. And now we're getting that Protoss versus Terran matchup yet again. And Coxta is just one map away from moving on to the lower bracket finals. We'll see though who's going to be able to take this win. Gotta expect that not only Coxta has been waiting this matchup, Jairus has to be waiting as well. Gerald has to be waiting as well. And the sun is coming up to, well, my vicinity, ladies and gentlemen. So, you know, it's a sunshine day. It's going to be a good morning and a good night for many after collateral damage has finished. But we have only just begun into our penultimate games. Here we go again. PV2 matchup coming our way. Coxta, one map ahead. And here we get into the action. Introducing first, here on the top right of Jagannatha LE, it is your Greed Protoss, and his name is Coxta. In the meantime, here on the bottom left instead, it will be our Blue Terran, and his name is Jardax. Now, Jardax, what are you up to? You've had long games in your lower bracket run, but doing this means that this has to be an all or nothing approach. These SCVs are on a journey, ladies and gentlemen. Speed zone there to accelerate onto the other side. And what is going to be the plan here for Jardax? He's waiting for the money to build a barracks, I believe. And there you go. The first one is there. In the meantime, though, the other SCV will pretend to scout normally. Be like, hey, you know, nothing's going on. Don't worry about it. Problem is, though, as soon as the probe scout does come to the other side, Coxta has to know that something is coming. In any case, though, it's interesting here for Coxta because he does put the pylon in the gateway all the way on the left side of the map. No block of the ramp whatsoever. It opens up the base here. And did Jardax see that one? Now, maybe Coxta is trying to play 9-dimensional chess right now here, ladies and gentlemen, as the barracks has been seen being built very late, and Coxta didn't see a natural base, so he knows something is wrong. But what Coxta is doing, basically, is he's getting in the way of Jardax and scouting where that gateway is. And with this being said, now Zealot gonna get Corona boosted on out. And he's basically playing a gateway in a defensive position in a proxy kind of way. SCV though will win out the fight against the probe. It does have more HP, so it's good to go. Cybercore gonna be there as well. And for now, it's just Costa getting away with any kind of shenanigans onto natural. SCV though did actually see that Zealot in the first place. Jardaxo in the meantime pumping out more and more of these Reapers in a pretty funky game in terms of position for these buildings. Second missile later though will be going up and running. We do finally get the wall set up here by Jardax, and he does feel like something is coming his way, so he does set up the bunker instead. This means though that we're not going to be seeing too many units here for Jardax so far. He's queuing up a Reaper. He's queuing up 2 of them actually. And we'll see what, honestly, these jetpack units can do for now. SCV just patrolling, scouting on around. Here we go with the Zealot already looking to march on forward. And I think Coxa is just trying to bait out his opponent to say, you know, I'm playing the same build again. And Jardax will be staying on the high ground instead, keeping him contained one base. The psychological warfare in this matchup right now is just something to really behold here. These positions and buildings already making a difference, but look at the amount of probes chasing after the Reaper. Can we see Coxa get an epic surround? He does get bounced around by the cluster bomb. This Reaper being a big pest, actually taking care of 1 probe there. A lot of mining time though going away from Costa. He has to recall all of those probes and put them back to the mineral line. But here we go again with Jardax being a big pest. And the bunker is actually set on up. Them trying to get in the way, but it's too late to actually go for the glaive throw. And Coxa instead gonna be looking to defend. Now though, Jardax still doesn't see that gateway. That's the thing. Oh, solid surround. Courtesy of Coxa to get rid of that second Reaper. Besides that though, the other Reaper still on the inside of the bunker, and the Stalker gonna be able to reinforce there in the first place. Here comes the Zealot back in time. Jardax right now gonna be losing this bunker perhaps. Here comes a Mule to drop on down just to go for the repairs, but that's just not gonna be enough. Finally, Jardax seeing that there's a gateway there. Seems like his opponent is actually ready for it. Tries to go for the salvage, but it's little too late. And now the game of chess has turned finally back into StarCraft 2. The mind games between our 2 players, just trying to psych one another out. Tomfoolery, creativity, but in the end, it seems like for Costa, he does have the worker lead, he has that second base, and Jardax only now realizes that, oh, I'm safe to expand, and he will decide to do it there. In the meantime though, seems like our barracks is on a journey. Gonna be trying at the very least to look all around, to move somewhere in the first place. And this is gonna be the floating blue block, looking to back on out instead. Meantime though, Coxa can have the Oracle being queued up instead. Seems like more and more of these probes being built. Adept in the meantime, trying to get in position and trying to infiltrate. But no, the siege tank gonna be there to go for the shot. The bunker is there set on up as well, and Jardax has fortified whatever defenses he needed in the first place. Not only that, he is going to be deciding to go for the Cyclone upgrade to make these Cyclones even better from the factory. Interesting call though. And Magna Accelerator, we'll see that what it will do in the first place. For now, Costa just playing it pretty patiently yet again. Seems like after a bit of a grocery run, he is just feeling pretty chill. And he's wanting this third base for the time being. In the meantime though, more oracles are being built, and yes, it feels like for when Jardax is in the game, it does slow the pace of the game to a bit of a crawl. I was expecting a faster paced game because of those 2 SCVs on a hand-holding journey, but now we are back to playing the defense instead. Jardax also building that command center, making an orbital command, building an extra one, using those mules to get back in the money, and reinforcing his lines with more and more Marines and Marauders if ever. In any case though, Costa also fortifying his lines. Shield batteries gonna be set on up. Cyclone though, harassing as much as it can, and just wanting to hamper any third base dreams that Costa has. Sentry though, gonna get locked on, and goodbye, good riddance to that unit. Zealot in the meantime, trying to chase after the Cyclone. Stalker gonna be in behind as well. But in any case, the Cyclone able to zip on away instead. But Costa Not only does he have 1 oracles, he has 2 oracles. He has 3 of them. This is gonna be the fates intertwining, and we'll see what kind of fate will behold Jardax very, very soon. He doesn't have any anti-air so far on the natural, and here comes the green beans! Just melting down these SCVs immediately. Absolute bullying onto the workers so far. Pulsar Beam getting the destruction on. There's a missile turret though onto the main base, keeping this fight still alive. But Jardax has to fear the oracles floating on around. Goodbye to 10 SCVs already. This is going to be the bunker fully loaded with Marisa. It's only quarter away from being fully loaded, rather. But in any case, these oracles have packed punch onto the SCV line. Now though, since Coxa has exposed his hand, Jardax is looking to answer back and fight for himself. Oracle's trying to get a bit of damage. Marines right now getting the gunshots on. The siege tanks trying to form up a creeping barrage. Revelation though will be into play for the time being. In that case though, Coxa is playing as defensively as he can. Jardax in the meantime looking to march on forward. And seems like it will be a commitment here from Coxa so far. Void Ray is gonna be in position, getting the alignment on, breaking down these tanks as quick as can be. Right back in the meantime, going for the load on over. Coxa, as of yet, gonna be trying to go for the march in instead. Now those oracles putting the fear on, forcing the missile turret to come. Coxa in the meantime still sticking around, just absolutely adding on to his macro and more. And now he's putting the defenses set on up and trying to reinforce this third base if ever, before transitioning the probes. Still though, it is up to Coxa right now to decide what he wants to do, basically. These oracles are just basically looking to bully whatever they can and more, but as soon as they get information, as soon as they see the force that Jardax has, they just get destroyed immediately up in the airs. In the meantime though, seems like here for Coxa, he's adding more and more zealots to the mix, and eventually they'll be happy with his 3 base setup. With all things considered though, both sides are even on the base count. Even though Coxa has a 22 worker lead, Jardax just has to drop down those mules, pump out more and more of these SCVs, and then he might be able to play the catch-up game strong. In the end though, Fusion Core gonna be built here by Jardax, and will we see the battlecruisers online or whatnot? Factories though will be into play so far. Here we go with the +2 coming online for Coxa as well on the ground side. And my big question here is, what's going to be the plan for Coxa, honestly? What army comp is he decided to go for? He's barely getting the charge lot upgrades there. He's almost to it. He doesn't have Blink Stalker as of yet. And he's just getting Void Rays right here, right now from the Stargate so far. Viking, though, actually getting the drop into the main base. Unluckily for Viking, this Void Ray can fight both the ground and the air, and they will be able to get rid of that lone unit. 3 probes have gone down, though. And here we go with the Void Rays right now, marching on around. We didn't see the Fleet Beacon a while ago, so that meant that there were no Void Rays upgrades in the first place. But the question is, will we see it now? Seems like the answer is no, because Coxa is on the march this time. He's gotten some of the upgrades that he would like. He has the charge lots. He has that +1 coming into +2. And he has decided to take a bit more a forward push in the first place. In the meantime, Jardax is on the hunt for some probes, from pylons, and he has gotten rid of the crystal there, but okay! Hallucination! Am I in the desert? Because this is just gonna be Coxa looking to play a bluff game. Charge lot's still gonna be into play. The laser beams are there in behind, doing no damage. But in the meantime, it's still gonna be these charge lots looking to overwhelm whatever is there at the front line, cutting every little bit into ribbons and more. Coxa gonna be able to overwhelm his opponent, not only mentally, but also physically here and now. These zealots doing all they can and more to destroy the opposition. And goodbye and good riddance to the army that Jardax has in the first place. GG is called. Coxa will move on. The patience from Coxa will pay off, and he will make it into the top 3 minimum, into the lower bracket finals as soon as he gets the cleanup on. GG's have been called. The battlecruiser is there to just break on down, and Coxa will coax his way to a victory. What a patient series. All in all, Coxa playing it in a way that he just wanted to be as sure as possible. And Jardax able to call some bluffs here and there, able to defend. But in the end, it didn't matter because Coxa overwhelming not just once, but twice there. Triple oracles, though, a sight to behold. the debate basically with the Colossi trying to psych out his opponent, but no, Jarak said, "Yo, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna try it out." And even though the Colossi weren't real, the blades were. The Zealot's able to push on forward. The charge was all he needed to win it out, and Coxa is able to take it. Great psychological warfare also at the start of the game, and a pretty interesting series. But we will be right back in a short break. Stay tuned and stick around, guys, for more of Collateral Damage here from Project Chaos Esports.
After everything we've been through, past all the fire and fury, our war has always been about saving lives. We just gotta finish what we begun. Because some things are just worth fighting for.
These moments together, they will always be with me.
Make no mistake. War is coming.
Let's go. So, hello guys, and welcome back. It is now time for our second to the last matchup of the night. Is it still the night? Yes, it's still the night for me. Okay, we will be getting into Jaros versus Coxta for our lower bracket finals. Terran versus Protoss, the return yet again. And we are going to start things off on Lightshade. These players have been patiently waiting for their matchup to come. And finally, it have arrived. Whoever wins this will be moving on to the grand finals to face off against Gerald there. And gonna be guaranteed a slice of that €50 prize pool. Besides that, though, guys, don't forget we have our giveaway still up and running. Two €10 Blizzard gift codes. Gonna be up for grabs to 2 lucky winners. So you already know that if you want to join that one, like the page, share the stream, comment, and tag a friend down below. In any case, we are going to be getting now into the action. Here we are in Lightshade LE. First map in this final best of 3. Whoever wins this is going to be moving on to the best of 5 into the grand finals. Terran versus Protoss matchup though coming our way. Seems like we're really gonna give it to the cancel there. But in any case, introducing first, on the top left side of Lightshade, it is our red Terran, and his name is Jaros. In the meantime, here on the bottom right side, it is gonna be our green Protoss, the ever so patient Coxta. Now, interesting enough, if we see Jaros move on and win, we will be getting Terran versus Protoss again for the finals. In the meantime, if Coxa does actually take this, we will be seeing a mirror matchup in the finals instead. But it has been TVP all day, every day for the whole set we have gotten. And it really feels like that there is no third faction. The third faction has always been a lie in StarCraft, guys. There's no such thing as the Zerg, and the Terran and the Protoss have made sure of that in the first place. Anyway though, Lightshade LE, personal favorite of mine. I love the formation like this, which has basically all of these bases in a straight line, and are going to be able to play west side, east side as much as possible. After the small little mishap there by Jaros, he's able to set up half of his wall already. Rax is there, supply depot going to be set up as well. Coxa though, trying to get away and being a bit of a pesky player with the probe so far. Thing is though that he doesn't really have any kind of cheeky shenanigans. He just wants to get that natural up and running. Now the thing is, Jaros is a man of two faces, able to defend really well at the early game and able to execute really exceptionally into the mid to the late. You're gonna be surprised with how he can overwhelm you, and Coxa has to strike that balance, has to find that small little opening to find the weakness of Jaros so far. In any case though, Coxa has decided to play a lot more standard than the other matchup. He is going to be setting up in a way that the Reaper will be blocked from leaping up top with the Cyber Core, the Gateway, and the Pylon there. No natural wall though so far. He wants to play it safe and sound. But in the meantime, it seems like here we go with Jaros already. Moving on around with the Reaper for now. Adept though, just sticking by the Reaper like glue. And the thing is, the Adept can actually give chase with the Shade there. Unfortunately, as soon as the Glaives are online, the Reaper will able to outrun the opponents. In any case though, Coxa gonna be happy to defend here. The Adept not a bad unit to go on the offensive with whatsoever, and they can actually go for the push there if need be. But the Reaper is something to watch out for so far. We are going to get a Twilight Cancel immediately here from Costa. Won't be surprised to get at Blink Stalkers, but he can go for the Glaive opening as well. Shield Battery though into play, and the probes! The probes do enough damage to allow the Stalker to come close. And just that one probe, the clipping there in between the simulators, that was so clutch for Costa. As soon as he built that Shield Battery, the baiting of the Protoss probe getting in the way of Jaros' Reaper allows the probes to actually go for the shots. The Stalker finds a free hit as well, and that was just that for its life for the Reaper. Those are the little things that you really enjoy in StarCraft 2. You gotta say it. You gotta say it. It's just like, hey, that small little thing that let me kill this thing, and it's just a butterfly effect waiting to happen. Warp Gate research though gonna be up and running. Hellion decided to run in the 90s and drift on away to the main base. Check out what is to come. Probe line though gonna get exposed, but the Stalkers are there on the hunt. Question is, can Coxa do it again? Oh, the probes are looking to get controlled. And here we go again with Coxa using these workers to help out on the defense. Not gonna lie, time and time again, we've seen Coxa do this in this tournament. And for now, that's something that he can really take home to his mom and say, yo, I'm proud of what I can do so far. Starport though, gonna have that Tech Lab Raven gonna be built. Seems like Reactor Tech online here for Jaros, and it doesn't really matter too much for Jaros that he's losing some of those units for the Scout, because he knows he can still play his own game in behind. Now then, Coxta getting that Blink Stalker upgrade to try and use that extra mobility against the small number of Marines so far. Blink can be a good way to play that mid game, but Row Facility is essential to survive later on. Not only do you get that warp percent of the observe, but also Colossi Disruptor, something you really need against the Terran if ever. And in the off chance you need to play against armor, then the Immortals are an exceptional choice no matter what. In the meantime, stim packs are going to be built here by Jaros. 5 minutes in, going for that upgrade, looking to push by the 6-7 minute mark as soon as he has his own upgrades up and running. Thing is though, that is going to be a DT from Coxa immediately. So Twilight Cancel into Dark Shrine. I don't even know where the Dark Shrine is here in the map, but at the very least, Coxta, yes, he does put it on the north side to be sneaky. It does get exposed, though, immediately by our Terran player. Good call by the Raven, and that's what you want to see from Terran so far. Not, you don't fully commit onto the tech labs on your barracks to get upgrades. Sometimes you want to get those singleton units like the Raven, the Siege Tank, Cyclone maybe for the defense to just help you out against multiple shenanigans. So Coxa immediately gonna get exposed. Now, usually the Dark Shrine getting exposed like this means that you are gonna be in a big hole. But for Coxa, at the very least, he's gonna try to do something with a DT, but the Raven is still there keeping a watch on. But in any case, one little slip up from Jeros, and he might be seeing the shadow slice through him. But for now, it is going to be only a missile turret on the low ground, if ever. Stimpak, though, going to be up and running in 3 seconds. And perfect time for Jeros so far. But this Raven is getting so much value here, shutting down whatever Coxa wants to do. And a great call here for Jeros in the meantime. Now, more of these units coming. Dark Templar going to get exposed. Archons, though, have been warped on in because of the necessity for Coxa to reinforce that front line. But interesting enough, Coxa is fully committing on playing the DTs themselves. Looking to go for the blink for the Dark Templar to make it through to the other side. He might need some vision, if ever, for that high ground. But besides that they might be able to infiltrate with the Shadows right there. And then charge, though, up and running. Suicide charge here for the Zealots. With a Mind Stone, not wanting to take the shot so far, will get unburrowed there by Jeros. And Coxa is completely out of position to try and defend. Here we go with the Zealots looking to go more and more into the march. Pylons getting shut on down. The power supply has been cut off here by Jeros, and he will take that win. Opportunity taken by Jeros. Right decision, right timing, and Costa just falling into those hands. So well played there by Jeros, able to take map number 1. Raven Clutch or Raven Clutch? It was just Raven Clutch all the way. It existed. And that is why Jeros won the game. Really good defenses though from Coxa with those probes. But he did gamble a little too far deep with the Dark Templar. If only he went for the commitment in terms of defending with maybe the Colossi or the Disruptors, go for the high temp instead, could have been a little better for him. Now, in all honesty, the DT Shrine is not a bad idea whatsoever. Unfortunately, though, yeah, that Raven at the right place at the right time, and it just completely collapsed from there. Now, though, we still have a game number 2, and if Costa wins it, then we go into a game number 3. It has been quite a long night so far, and if you are just tuning on and then you are watching the lower bracket finals, we started all the way 3.5 hours ago, and well, we are at the very least looking to show some love to the community with our giveaways. Don't forget, guys, yet again on Facebook, like, share, comment with a tag for a chance to win two of those 10 Blizzard gift cards up for grabs. One winner for 1 gift card each, and be happy that you have something to at least amplify your cosmetic game strong. Maybe get a mission pack or 2, whatever you can buy into the StarCraft 2 side, or you can check it out for Overwatch or whatever other games here for in Valnet. And it'll be a fun time no matter what. Just a giveaway for us to give back to the community, say thank you for all the support that we've been getting. And well, it's time for us to now get into our next matchup. Romanticide LE, gonna be map number 2 between Jeros and Coxta. Still a TVP, still gonna be the same old. And Jeros is 1 win away from making this the TVP dichotomy all throughout. In the meantime, Coxta still looking to fight, still looking to survive. And a great show of force from him, returning in peak form, returning to play very well all throughout the night. Of course, it's a tough task ahead of him because he is down by 1. Introducing first, though, the man in the lead here, coming into map number 2, is your yellow Terran, and his name is Jeros. In the meantime, here on top left side is the green Protoss looking to impress, and he is Coxta. So Coxta from Portugal, Jeros from Ukraine, different sides of the EU continent, but still under the same battleground here in StarCraft 2. Anyway, though, Coxta playing stand again. Gateway already to defend the ramp. Going for the simulator. Things are looking pretty solid here for both sides, as Jeros will answer back with his own standard play. Now, if you're from Romanticide, I remember actually doing a cast all the way months ago before this got added to the ladder pool. And if I remember correctly, it did have some more obvious hearts. Now there's like a bit of the heart there. I don't know how to really draw it per se, but yeah, this map is just basically hearts together, and it has been changed a little bit to make it a bit more streamlined. But there are things in the way in the middle of the map, not only the rocks but also the minerals to just get in the way of the painting of your units. In any case, though, Coxta gonna be looking to build his 1 gate, 1 core setup. In the meantime, Jaros already going to the low ground, and we'll be looking to expand with Command Center to boot yet again. Standard is standard for a good reason. Optimal builds at optimal times. You want to be as efficient as can be, and when you try to do something a little bit different, then you also try to optimize that with proper timings. But the meta is the meta for the reason, and of course, the first few minutes of StarCraft is when you can just talk about whatever you want in the first place, unless there are cheesy shenanigans to go on. Now then, Coxta has decided to go rip out the shenanigans. 2 minutes in, Proxy Stargate into play. Jaros, though, in the meantime, he's going to the high ground. And will he see this one? He's already on attack move, and he gets a little bit of that vision. He might be able to spot this one out. He's moving on around, and he sees it immediately. Stargate exposed by the Reaper. Jaros, though, will be able to get the supply depots up and running at the right time to not get blocked. Only for a split second, I believe. The SCV is already moving on out. Now then, Coxta. He has been exposed immediately. His plans are not going to be bearing fruit whatsoever. And as the Stargate is going on up, here we go with the second violent into play. Adepto trying to go and reinforce, looking to defend as much as possible. Probio has gone down, but at the same time, the bunker has been canceled because the Adept is there on the hunt, really chasing after this Reaper right here, right now. And you don't see this too often, the defense and the attack onto a proxy Stargate so far. But the Void Ray is coming, and those laser beams are not just for show, but also to melt some metal down. Now then, though, this is going to be a fun one as Coxta is putting down a pylon onto potential third place here for Jaros. Jaros, though, in the meantime, already fortifying with the bunker, and our Terran gonna be on the defensive instead. Void Ray, though, into play, going for the laser beams, and the bunker almost making it, but here we go with those split seconds that Coxta is just able to take advantage of. Eventually, though, the bunker will be loaded by the Marines. Prismatic Live has been popped. The SCVs are going for as much repair as possible. And this will be forcing Coxta to disengage instead. In behind this, though, we're seeing more and more fortifications for the Skytoss fleet. As shield battery is going to be into play instead. Coxta right now adding more of the bulkiness for these Void Rays if ever. Maybe Adept can be able to play the shade play there and then. Cyclone, though, looking to get that lock on. Doesn't really get in range in time. Another Void Ray, though, gonna be into play, and in behind on this, it is just gonna be a one-base setup for Coxta. It's truly do or die time right here, right now. Jaros looking to pull away with a second base if ever, but the shield batteries are making these Void Rays basically immortal. And here we go with the Cyclone, though, going for the shots as much as possible. Lock-on, though, gonna be ending there, and here we go again. Prismatic alignment back into the board. Shield battery trying its best. The Void Ray, it will survive for now, and it's just gonna be a push and pull for Coxta versus Jaros here. The Cyclone, though, with only a sliver of HP, gonna get repaired by the SCP so far. The bunker has been broken, and Coxta knocking on his doorstep and looking to get onto the inside. It's a light show and a half, waiting to impress, and Coxta is there, looking to go after those structures here onto the main base. In the meantime, though, Jaros willing to sacrifice a little bit to try and gets into those shield battery line. There is just going to be an Artosis pylon there, powering everything, and more shield batteries are into play. Now, Coxta, he really wants to play the batteries, but he will be putting up such a weak spot if these pylons do go down. And the scan is there, allowing Jaros to see what is going to be the setup in the first place. But this is going to be another Void Ray going down. And there we go with the lock-on, connecting again and again and again. The shield battery, though, with the save. Now with only one Void Ray to try and defend. This will be an opportunity for Jaros to overwhelm the opposition instead. Pylon, though, is still left alive into the front line. This is a Void Ray trying to tank it up, but it's not going to matter. It's not going to work. And GG will be called. Jaros defending against the cheese and able to do it again. Cool, calm, and collected. That is the Jaros way in this tournament. Absolutely well played there by Jaros. His defense, even though it was just hit by the classic Coxta split second miracle, it just wasn't enough. He realized the situation, able to go onto the low ground. Coxa though, I love the defense onto the Stargate. I love the push there with the shield batteries. But in the end, it just wasn't enough, losing the Void Race there into the front line. More and more units being built by Juros, the 2 base economy really helping him out there. And as we mentioned before, just a weak spot. It's a glaring Achilles heel on the side of Coxta. He had 1 pylon powering every shield battery. Now, of course, the shield batteries can actually heal up those structures, but at the same time, if he just gets enough of those units in position, then he might be able to break it down. Void Race also looking to defend, but losing to Void Race, removing that kind of DPS, then that was that in the first place. For now, though, it is time for us to get into our grand finals straight away. Best of 5 time between Gerald and our boy Jeros. PVT one more time, the battle of the Grandmasters. And the question is, will we see Jeros be able to get a sudden upset that he had really already planted the seeds from in the upper bracket finals? Will we see Gerald, though, on the other side, dominate the potential 3-0 if ever, as we are going to be getting into our final match of the night. Start things off, though, on Submarine LE, a map on the smaller side. And guys, this is the grand finals. This is to crown a champion here and Collateral damage. Both of these players, though, already in the money. Jeros making to it a minimum top 2 spot yet again. But now he is going to be facing off against Gerald, and we have seen what this guy can do in the upper bracket finals. A strong player versus a strong player, but you can really see that there is still quite a gap between these two. Can Gerald bridge it after getting a lesson from the upper bracket finals, or will Gerald be able to dominate even further? PVT has been the storyline. Like, I'm just gonna look at the bracket real quick just to double check what I've said. First match we did, Color versus GFG, PVT. Second match that we did, Coxta versus Fate, PVT. Third match that we did, Jeros versus Kilamonias, PVT. Fourth match that we did, Coxa versus Gerald versus Jeros, PVT. Fifth match we did, Coxta versus Jardax, PVT. Sixth map that we did, Jeros versus Coxta, PVT. And our 7th and final set, the grand finals, is also a PVT. We ain't sick of that one. We ain't sick of that one again at all. Has been the Protoss versus Terran scenario all throughout the night. And I wouldn't have it any other way. If we had one matchup to go again and again and again on, I would honestly say that PVT is the one that I would like to see. Maybe like PVZ would be the other one. I like seeing Protoss, honestly. Because you got your Disruptors were cool, you got your High Temps were pretty cool, Dark Templars are all sneaky, you got the Blinks and all the like. And it's basically the other side trying to avoid the shots, avoid all of that kind of potential damage in the first place. The Terran potential drops, the Zerg with the Swarm, the movement. And from that point on, it does become a battle of wits in the first place. It ain't as weird as a mirror matchup in a way, like especially a PvP matchup. It's kind of funky. ZBZ, I'd say, has to be one of the most intricate mirror matchups in the first place, but it's not about any kind of that. We didn't see Zerg at all on stream. I don't think we saw Zerg in this tournament whatsoever. Protoss versus Terran dominating the Project Chaos Esports Collateral damage tournaments. And like I said, it's been quite the ride. It's been quite the ride all throughout the night. Now then, our first map, as we said before, is Submarine LE. Both sides gonna be getting 1 veto each. The Elk side has already been removed from the equation. In the meantime, though, the questions do lie right here, right now. Can Jeros figure out how to do that game 1 performance again and exploit some of the slower plays that Gerald does do from time to time? In the meantime, for Gerald, can he control the game and he control the match the way that he is shown from his games number 2 and 3 in the upper bracket finals. It's time, though, to figure out what's the call as we get into Submarine LE. Quite the small map into our pool. And it is going to be, honestly, neighbors looking to do battle against one another. Sometimes your mortal enemy lives across town, then at least you have some space between you two. But when you are right beside each other, then it is a recipe for chaos to unfold. This is the project that we have been doing all throughout, and this is going to be our first tournament of the year, courtesy of Project Chaos Esports. Collateral Damage Finals, finally upon us, and here we go into our two players. Introducing first, the man from the upper bracket. He is from Team Exxon, within the top echelons of the StarCraft 2 scene, hailing all the way from Poland. His name is Gerald. As we said before, Gerald making it to the top 8 of the Fall DreamHack Masters for the EU region. Already a huge feat considering the amount of strength in that scene. Meantime though, his opponents, I'll honestly say, in a way, a bit of the hometown hero here for Project Chaos Esports. Our inaugural champion all the way back in September. Always placing into the money whenever he is in our tournaments here in the SC2 side. The Harbinger of Death from Team Hunters, hailing all the way from Ukraine. He is the Yellow Terran, and his name is Jaros. So here we go, guys. It is finally time for our matchup. Now, Gerald already scouting because it is literally one of the closest ways to go on, because this is just a quick little diagonal to say hello to your opponent. Probe going for a bit of a love tap. Jaros, though, in the meantime, calming on down. Building up the add-on here to put the reactor right beside the barracks. The thing is, this should be enough space for the supply depot if ever. In the meantime, Gerald already expanding to the low ground and looking to wall that one up onto natural instead. This does expose the ramp a little bit, but the thing is, Gerald wants to react in kind and go for the answer really quickly by setting up the one gate with one core all the way into the front line as soon as possible. Now though, SCVs and the mules gonna be working hand in hand to get as many minerals as possible here and now. Marines though, in the meantime, gonna get double pumped out, and Gerald's considering to look into putting a bunker up in the first place. Gerald though in the meantime coming from north side, and for now he's scouting a little bit more, but in terms of his positioning, he does try to fake his opponent out that there is going to be a building somewhere close by. Very popular to go for a proxy here on Submarine, especially at Proxy Robo. Suddenly there's a mortal knocking on your doorstep, and it does feel like that Gerald is trying to do something like that in terms of playing the fake and baiting out his opponent. We've seen a bit of psychological warfare really into this tournament, and Collateral Damage has been a fun mix of seeing the same matchup over and over again, but in different ways. In any case, these Marines are in the front line so far, going for a few shots here and there, trying to be a bit pesky. And in the meantime, this is going to be the command center turning into the orbital command. And this is the Stalker going for as many shots as possible to try and do the damage there. Another Stalker adding up to the mix, saying, hello, let me help you with that. And it's like trying to build something together, but this time you're looking to destroy the satellite there and then. These Marines though, looking to come en masse for now. Siege tank being built as well. Of course, the orbital command, a very tanky building, and it can buy some time for the Marines to come into numbers. But look at that, Stalkers finding the right targets at the right time. Gerald seeing the opportunity, taking it, and getting a Marine for free without losing any kind of shields nor HP from the Stalker so far. Another Stalker into the mix, making them 3. Marines though, looking to drop one down, but it's just not working for Jaros whatsoever. Every single time he goes onto the low ground, he just loses some Marines here, there, and everywhere. And here we go again, free hit after free hit. Gerald is basically dancing on the opponent right now, but the Siege Tank will turn it into a different kind of matchup. Again though, one more Marine gonna get sniped there. Siege mode is gonna be a go. The Stalker's trying to get away, preventing splash damage, connecting all of them, and Gerald will sacrifice these Stalkers to get rid of that tank and put Jaros in another state of disarray. Now then, finally Jaros able to get to the low ground, reinforce his natural, put some of these Marines in position. Medevac gonna be there to go for the heals, and another Siege tank gonna be into play. Now, was that the right call for Gerald? Even though he got rid of the Siege tank, it's still gonna be another one built. And maybe he could have backed on that, but hey, at the very least, the fortifications aren't going to be as strong as they should have. Instead of 2 Siege tanks, there's only going to be 1. And if things are played right by Gerald, he will be able to use these Blink Stalkers as soon as possible. Now, I get the point here for Gerald. Only one siege tank to deal with, and only one siege tank to surround with a blink on forward. But in any case, here we go with the push from the Stalkers. They have blink ready, but Jaros doesn't know that as of yet. SCVs are coming their way as well, trying to set up a few bunkers if ever, but no, it's not going to happen, and they have to run on away instead. Viking, though, already marching on forward, looking to get through to the other side. Blink, though, has been exposed, and more Marines going on down. It really feels like it's just a crane game here for Jaros. He's picking up and picking off these Marines one by one by one. But for now, Gerald's gonna be moving on around to the south side. So Gerald really doing all he can and more. Gerald's losing some of the infantry here, there, and everywhere. As we said before, a little bit of a joke that they have pretty similar names, but one here is looking to dominate with that mobility. Observer into play as well. Onto the high ground we go. Goodbye to the SCV building the barracks. It's pretty desperate here for Jaros for now, and he has to use his own buildings for cover. But anyway, the siege tank is there, trying to get that range. The Stalkers, though, already coming in mass. One hero Stalker trying to force out a little bit of the bait and switch if ever. It's not time to hightail it out of there, but that is going to be one of them stuck in behind and getting caught out in the first place. It really feels like here for Gerald, he's putting his opponent on his toes and more every single time. Every little small nuance that Gerald is doing against Jaros is just going to be basically another stress test against the Yellow Terran. In behind all of this, you'd expect that Gerald knows how to macro, and he does so in care. Look at that. 3 bases up and running, 9 worker lead, make that 10 here for Gerald so far, saturating his bases as much as possible, and now we're getting more and more of these gateways underway. Now the thing here for Gerald is he can still keep on with the Blink Stalkers if he keeps the Marine count contained in a way. Jaros will also be forced to go for the Marauders instead to answer back against these armored units, and we'll see how Gerald will respond after that fact. Basically, now Gerald can just go for more and more reinforcements and slowly but surely tech off in behind. He doesn't need to rush the Colossi Disruptor nor the High Templar Psionic Storm. He can take his own pace, he can harass his opponent with these Stalkers, and he's looking to play it in that kind of game. Still, Jaros having a pretty decent army for now. 46 to 38 army. And if played correctly, might be able to actually just outgun these Stalkers if ever with some help from the siege tanks. But we've seen time and time again how Gerald has been able to move these Stalkers in the first place. He's also going to get warped on in, just in case, onto that third base as soon as he saw the scan come online. +1 armor, though, going to be the play here. And when you go for the +1 armor first, you just want to make sure your things survive against the numbers of Marines. While +1 weaponry is great on Protoss no matter what, having that +1 armor against multiple sources of damage does mitigate a lot of it in the first place. Anyway, though, that +1 basically gonna get cancelled out, but the +1 on the Yellow Terran side, so everything is gonna be still pretty fine and dandy in terms of the upgrade tab. Step back, though, has finally been researched up. We see the injection come on through, and the speed boost is there. Now, Gerald has to be a bit careful because they're even on the army count between both sides. And with spin back and concussive shell, then this is gonna be a good play here, potentially from Jaros, if he finds a way to catch out these Stalkers. But no, Gerald and his Blink Stalker micro, something to watch out for time and time again. Medivacs right now, looking to put the band-aids on at the very least and heal up some of these units. And Stalker Strike Force gonna be into the front line, picking off more and more of these units so far. Blink on away though, Gerald shrugging it off, but it is gonna be Gerald not falling for it and backing out in time. Now the Zealots looking to reinforce as ever. Here we go with the siege tanks going for the siege mode on, but the charge lots already getting to the front line, and the Archon stacking a few of the shots in from the shack cannons there, and then the Marines still going to the back line, but it's too little too late. These are the Zealots going for more and more of the damage if ever. The Archons are gonna be in behind, the Stalkers are there giving chase. And Gerald able to systematically destroy that attack from the get-go. Not only did the Stalkers find a few folks here, there, and everywhere, but also just how the Archons are positioned to actually go for the siege tank shock cannon shots rather than the Blink Stalkers all the way on the left side. These small little things that Gerald is doing has been so very, very helpful. Team Exxon made up so many great players, and Gerald really is just one of them so far. For now, though, It's still Jaros. Oh, he's going for it. He's brought in the SCVs and he wants to try to end things here and now. The only thing getting minerals is going to be into that main base. And as soon as Gerald sees that there are not going to be much SCVs here onto the low ground, he has to go for the fight instead. Workers, though, attacking things up. The Zell is going to be backing on away. Storm, though, is a go! And GG is immediately called. The lightning crackles, and Gerald will be able to take map number 1 here in our grand finals. Great play, though, from Gerald. Time and time and time again. 37 SCVs in that Storm, getting blown to bits. That has to be some kind of record for some reason. And, you know, it really was just Gerald able to take control of that game time and time again. The Stalkers getting free hit after free hit after free hits. Jaros, though, in the meantime, trying to answer back, able to defend in a way, but no, the Blink Stalkers suddenly came there, and that was just that in terms of the harassment from Gerald. Not only that, as Jaros went for the attack, Gerald was just ready for it. Charge lots were there, Archons tanking up the shots, everything was going perfectly for the Protoss, and when the plan comes together just like that, then you already know it's a win for him. Not only did we get such a great game there from Gerald, he also finished it at the exact 10-minute mark. So you can really see some refinement here from Gerald in the first place. But Jaros is not a player who will take that one lying down. We've seen it before, that Jaros can actually take a map away from Gerald. And he still has some more chances to go on. Pillars of Gold, gonna be the next map here and now. We are gonna be getting into the next game. PVT, yet again, has been the show. And as we get into Pillars, will we see a different kind of game? The thing is, we witnessed there on Submarine are things that can actually work because of the map size. Now we are going to be going into a bigger instance, a bigger setup, and then that can be an opportunity for Jaros to get some time for himself and build on from there. But time and time again, you can really see what Gerald can do in the first place. And now it's time to see who's going to be able to take map number 2. Introducing first, though, on the bottom left of Pillars of Gold, it's your red Protoss, a map ahead, and it is Exxon Gerald. In the meantime, here on the top right, he's one map behind, looking to go for the tied-up scoreline. It is Harbinger's own Blue Terran Jaros. So we go again, Pillars of Gold this time, one of the mainstays from the older map pools, and of course the one that stayed alive compared to Ice and Chrome. It was funny. So you got like Pillars of Gold and Ice and Chrome in one map pool, right? They're kind of the same. That's the thing. Like Ice and Chrome, Pillars of Gold, they still felt like they played a bit similarly in a way. Of course, there are some nuances here and there, but you don't need the same kind of map twice, and they got rid of one of them immediately. So Pillars of Gold is the one that stood strong. Apparently, Ice and Chrome could not take the heat and just got melted on down by this map. It's all speculation though, you know, honestly. But besides that, it really is just this map allowing more and more of that macro to happen and looking to find those bigger armies to fight in the middle. Anyway, though, Gerald gonna be looking to go for the scout, already setting out that probe. Of course, wanting to bother the SCV building that barracks. And if it is unanswered, then that is gonna be a free SCV kill there for the Protoss, if ever. But Jaros will give chase. That extra 5 HP that the SCV has can allow it to win out a straightforward fight against the probe. And now the SCV out for revenge. So it really is gonna be a 2-on-1 situation yet again. Gerald, though, trying to micro this one accordingly to block this attempted natural. But Jaros knows he'll be able to put it down, and Gerald will say, okay, that's enough. But oh, the Marine will come on out and execute that worker. Now then, with Jaros actually building the Marine first, Gerald will now immediately know that the Reaper isn't coming his way anytime soon. So he gets the Cyber Core up. He can go for the ranged unit a little bit later, but of course the Adept is a great way to be on the offensive instead. Now though, Jaros getting that reactor, looking to defend the natural with a bunker later on. Factory gonna be there as well, and at the same time seems like Gerald expecting a bit of aggression, and we'll be going for the shield battery here and now instead. All about the defense so far here for both sides. Neither side wanting to overcommit, neither side want to give it up. And of course, with a 1-0 scoreline in favor of Gerald, he might be able to take a few more risks here and there, but for now he is just gonna be keeping it safe and sound instead. Shield battery, though, will be up and running here for Gerald. Defensive nature of this kind of situation means that we're in a bit of a standstill until we get some bigger upgrades here for both sides. It's wild cancel though. Ain't the play here for Gerald. He's still getting another adept. He's going for the Warp Gate research. And there's always a consideration to go for the glaive opening, but at the same time, Blink Stalker is just something you can really rely on all throughout. With a mind though, gonna be into play here for Jaros. Can be used defensively, can be used for drops as well because the starport is coming at the same time. Shade though, able to infiltrate. No lift up there from Jaros. But it seems like Gerald was anticipating it, having these Marines in position, and Gerald has to back on away, using the psionic transfers to back to get away, but no, it's not going to happen. Seems like the Adept stood the ghost of the chance and will die there. On the other side, though, here comes the Shade, and Gerald will do it again. Into the main base, we go with him, and he is actually going to be able to commit it and hide between the minerals so far. Goes for the SCB building the supply depot, canceling the building there in the first place. Jaros, though, still having a bit of room to breathe in terms of that supply. Not going to get blocked for now. But as of yet, seems like there's going to be another Adept into play. Time and time again, Gerald going for the harassment a while ago with the Stalkers, this time with the Adepts. But Jaros doing a better job defending here on this map. In any case, though, Gerald will be designed to play that Warp Prism instead. Not only that, he is going straight for the charge slots, and it's going to be some really good drops onto the main and in the natural base to slice and dice those SCVs yet again. On the other side, though, seems like the call here for Jaros is to add more and more of these Marines to the mix. And he does have a single medevac loaded with 3 Widow Mines onto the other side. He wants to go after the middle lines if ever. And a good chance here to blow up whatever Gerald has to Kingdom Come, and I will be done. As of yet, though, here we go with Jaros. Now he's creeping closer and closer. He's waiting for an opportunity. Raven, though, of Jaros. Be something that can be used. He was able to rely on it a while ago into the lower bracket finals. This might be an opportunity for Interference Matrixes to connect later on into the fight. As of yet, though, here we go with the medevacs going for the drop on down. 2 Widow Mines into the natural, but it does get unburrowed to try and go for a better shot if ever. In the meantime, though, into the main base we go here, but Gerald's still keeping an eye out, but no! Oh no, the probe, the one probe has brought in the missile to say hello, and 13 probes have gone down overall on Gerald's side. That has to hurt. And this does give Jaros an opportunity to take the lead on the SCV count. Not only that, he also has the mules to add up more and more to the minerals to his collection. And this is going to be Marine Central, baby, for Jaros so far. And man, oh man, that's just so unfortunate. Gerald was so on point at reacting there. But no, the probe bringing that missile saying, guys, I have a gift for you. And it's a big kerblam to blow up everyone in that set. Now the Zealots are going to be a bit of a distraction force into the front line. In the meantime, though, this is going to be the Warp Prism looking for the drops. And there's no missile turret to get in the way, but the Siege Tank is there going for the shots. But here we go again, Gerald with the Warp Prism going to go up and down we go. Trying to avoid as many shots as possible. Interference Matrix, though, preventing the Warp Prism right now from doing all it can and more. In behind all of this, seems like the Natural gonna get hammered by the Zealots instead. Siege Tank, though, gonna get cleaved on down and will be broken on down. Mules gonna be trying to go for the repair, but ain't gonna be enough alongside the SCVs. In any case, though, here we go with the Archons yet again. 8 CVs have already gone down, and Gerald is saying, you know, you harassed me a while ago. Let me return the favor. From that point on, Gerald has stolen the lead back on the worker count. Not only that, here we go with Gateways, adding up more and more to potential units here for Gerald. And you can really see the contrast between these two players. That here for Gerald, he's still feeling very, very confident to go for the harassment if ever. Gerald, in the meantime, still looking to play a bit more defensively instead. Gerald able to use those Fangs Bared to bother his opponent as much as possible. Really goes to show, there are amazing players and there are exceptional players. And, you know, then there are the cream of the crop. When you reach Grandmaster in StarCraft 2, it does feel like that every little bit of that GM rank counts. If you're in Grandmaster, it doesn't mean that you are the best immediately. There's still all these subsections of Grandmaster, and you can see it right here, right now, that Gerald is able to use a bit of that experience to really harass Jaros to impunity. But you can never count out Jaros as of yet. He's proven time and time again here in PCE that he can always put up a fight And right now, he's doing a pretty good job at defending, all things considered. But SCVs are still falling here and now due to the control that Gerald has. Anyway, though, seems like High Templar is looking to reinforce. And Immortal now going to be built here by Gerald at the same time. Into the front line we go, onto the ramps. It will be the play and a combat shield. Gonna be next on the list here for Gerald so far. But this Warp Prism has had its amazing adventure and more. And it seems like it's finally decided to take a rest and go back home. In the meantime, though, +1 coming online here for Jairus on both the weapon side and the armor side. We're getting concussive shot as well, alongside more and more of these Raxes. We do have 2 of them with reactors, 3 of them with tech labs, and some Marauders. Gonna be a good mix to this equation. But in that case, Gerald already having the +1 online. He's marching on forward, and there we go with a charge yet again. Gerald's caught napping, and a Psi Storm is there one more time! These Psionic Storms though from Gerald have been something to behold, but unfortunately for reinforcements, they're not coming because of the Matrix there, courtesy of the Raven. But here we go again. The High Templars proving their ascendancy, proving the superior mind power, because with that being all said and done, it seems like everything Gerald's had here has been turned into ashes. Psionic Storms here from Gerald have been so on point from map number 1 now into map number 2, and he's just doing it again and again. Archon though being warped, there's still 3 High Templar inside that warp person so far. SCV is still trying to get on the way. Here we go yet again with the Psi Stars on the ground, and GG yet again. Lightning apparently does strike twice for Gerald. He smites Jairus there into the second map, and it's time to see if he can do it a 3rd time in a row. What are the chances for Lightning to hit that hard? Apparently, Gerald has the powers bestowed to him by Thor, because he is just whipping Mjolnir out, and he is just getting the crackle onto the ground every single time. Those Psi Storms have been absolutely exceptional, and Jairus has to find an answer there. The problem is, though, that Jairus is always on his toes, and I can really feel like that the play here for Gerald is to fatigue your opponent as much as possible. Make him make a mistake, make him fall on flat on his face, and make him slip up just a little bit to get those huge Psi Storms to hit. And it has happened once, it has happened twice. And now the question is, can it happen a 3rd time, as we are going to be getting into a potential match point here for Gerald. He is 1 win away to becoming our first champion here this year for Project Chaos Esports. And that would be a sweet 35 euros going his way. 50 euro prize pool online. Both players, though, in the money so far. And if Jairus is going to be looking to go for that comeback, it might be on a map like this. From Man's side, the place to be. And the question is, can he get back into that dominance? Can he get back into those numbers that we saw last time these two have met, and be able to take a map away from Gerald in the first place? The reverse sweep now is the only option Jairus has to win out this whole tournament, lest he become runner-up yet again. The pressure is on for Jairus. The pressure is also on for Gerald to wrap this one up. Protoss versus Terran doing battle yet again, and here we are onto the hearts of Romance side LE. Now, guys, before we get to the introductions one last time, don't forget that we do have 2 10 euro Blizzard gift cards for a giveaway. It's only on Facebook. All you gotta do is like the page of Project Chaos Esports on FB, hit that thumbs up, share the stream, make it public so we can see it, and then comment with a tag to a friend to share this amazing grand finals action. Another thing is, we're getting different qualities here and there. On Twitch, you got your solid 1080. For Facebook, if you have a little bit of those buffering on Twitch, then it's a great place to be in with 720 and lower with all those options and more. We just want to make sure that you have a comfy time here watching the Project Chaos Esports tournaments no matter what. And here we are into a penultimate map for these 2 players. Now, introducing first on the top left side, it is going to be our red Protoss on match point. His name is Gerald. In the meantime, looking for that reverse sweep, trying to stave off death as he has been the incarnation of it for quite a while. It is our yellow Terran fighting for his life, Jairus. Now then, I remember last time we've seen this map between these 2, it was Jairus able to take the win, but he was on the top left, and it was Gerald on the bottom right. Now, the rules have been reversed. Will we see the scenario where in the top left wins again? Absolutely spitballing with that kind of analysis. That ain't true. I don't really think that starting map position really matters because every single map is asymmetrical. Every single map has to mirror itself to give it an even battleground in the first place. But for now, Gerald being the biggest pest of them all. Hunting that SCV, Jaros though able to evacuate that one. And here we go with the beat up crew trying to get rid of that probe so far. Mule gonna get dropped. You know, for Jaros, at least he's trying to bait something out, trying to make Gerald make some mistakes here and there. The Reaper gonna be into play instead. Now, a bit different from what we've seen so far from Jaros. He has been going for the Marines to try and reinforce the front line and put up a bunker if ever. But now he has decided to take matters in his own hands, looking to play the offensive. And it seems like the sun is coming up here, but who will have the sunset really dwell on them? Will it be a last hurrah here for Jaros to try and fight and look for that sweep in reverse? Or in the meantime, will it be Gerald looking to sweep the floor against Jaros in the most standard way possible? Now though, we see a bit of the pink grass that we notice here or romanticize. A very pink map, honestly. And the thing about the whole geometry of the map is you are forced to go through that different path because of the rocks in the way. Now though, Gerald trying to use the grass there, use the shrubs to actually go for the recall, and the Stalker will be able to get away with 20 HP to spare. Now that initial Stalker very helpful for the defensive because Gerald has decided to go for the Stalker defense instead. Adept's really good for the offensive. Sentry's gonna be useful in terms of utility on the defensive, but these Stalkers a bit more all around, and one Stalker will go down to the hand of the Hellions and the Reapers. But in any case, Jaros already giving chase. Will this be enough DPS? Yes, it is. The Reaper gonna be able to get that takedown. Now the Stalker will pop out though, and this Reaper with only 3 HP and a dream to try and stay alive. It has a family, it has somewhere to call home, and apparently it will be able to back on out in time. Pretty close though for Jaros and Gerald, trading blows one after the other. You can see that neither side losing confidence in their abilities and still fighting as hard as they can. 2 gates, 1 core though, gonna be the setup into the front line. Twilight Council, a gateway, and a Stargate gonna be the call here for Gerald. So it will be the air toss to try and help things out. The utility of the Oracle to go for the harassment there. And Stargate opening is the place to be for Gerald so far. In the meantime, though, for the other side for Jaros, he already has that siege tank. His 1-1-1 setup is online, and a Viking to go for the anti-air instead to try and go for the scout if ever, and it'd be a good way to snipe warp prisms if that was the case. But no, the Oracle is there instead. Now then, the pulsar beam is out and about, and already 1, 2 SCVs do go down. Make that 3. The damage that this beam can really do against light units is just so unparalleled so far. The Oracle getting some value there, bothering the mineral line, forcing the pull if ever. And Gerald gonna be backing on away with it still alive. Now though, the Viking might be able to catch it midway. They say hello to each other, but eventually Viking realizes, hey, you're not a Terran unit. Might as well shoot my missiles at you in the first place. Oracle decided to evacuate there, and then Siege Tanks though knocking on the doorstep of Gerald so far. And the thing is, Gerald just doesn't have the army to defend this as of yet. He's trying to get as much minerals as possible. He has a battery there, and then he also has the overcharge if ever, but a bunker is coming the way into the front line. Problem is also for the field battery, has no energy whatsoever. He's barely going to be able to help out in the first place. And that's going to be goodbye, good riddance to this battery here and now. Second battery being built in behind to try and defend if ever. But Jaros has caught Gerald out napping yet again on a map like this. Blink Stalker is coming online very, very soon. Jaros bringing in the hurt, bringing in the pain, and bringing in the units so far. Zeld's gonna get warp on in out of desperation. The pros trying to go over to the west side. And the thing is, the pylon here is in the front line that's powering the shield battery. The recall is forced on out, and the high ground has been taken by Gerald as his last stand, his bastion of safety. An incredible work there by Jaros, rather. He's gotten rid of the natural, but thing is, in behind all of this, Gerald has actually gotten the third base up and running, and the Nexus point getting it saturated by those probes instead recalled there. Jaros, though, doesn't really have an idea of that being there in the first place. He thinks the third base might have gotten cancelled, but in any case, this is the Cybercore getting hampered time and time again. Problem with the Cybercore going down, these Stalkers cannot be built anymore. But in behind all of this, it seems like the backstab might be in order, and Jaros has taken control of the plateau so far. Siege tanks now going for the siege modes. Probe's gonna be pulled to try and sacrifice. Stalkers right now blinking forward to try and mitigate some of the shot cannon damage and go for the splash if ever. But no, it's not gonna be enough. It's still Jaros standing tall, proud into the front line so far, but the siege tank will be going down. GG is called, and Jaros will break the heart of Gerald on Romanticide yet again. It seems like this is his map, and he will survive to live the fight another map. Oh, Jaros refusing to lose. And Romanticide is the place that he's able to do it again. Incredible work there by Jaros. Another situation where Gerald is just not having any of those units to try and defend. Waiting on the tech to come, waiting on the units to come, waiting on his harassment to bear fruit even more. But no, it just doesn't work out yet again. And Jaros this time just brings in the hurt. Siege tanks, Vikings, medevacs, infantry. From that point on, it was just all him getting that push on. A good effort though by Gerald to try and defend. Fortunately, the shield battery running out of energy, and he couldn't get that second one up and running in time as Pylon was in the front line. Natural getting destroyed. A tried and tested setup there for Gerald, but it didn't pan out the way that he would like. Good effort though to actually go for the recall onto the probes to that third base to get the minerals if ever. Still wasn't enough. All of the mind games, all of the trickery, all of the opportunities that you're trying to take, it still pales in comparison to sheer numbers. And the damage there brought by Jaros allows him to play into the next map, which is Lightshade LE. So map number 4 out of 5. We've gotten 2 bans, so we will be getting a default into the 5th map, if ever, whatever is left into the pool. But the question is, will we actually get that number 5? Gerald still on match points. Jaros gonna be 1 map behind. This is the grand finals of the Project KS Esports Collateral Damage Tournament. Let's get those introductions up and running yet again. Introducing first, here on the top left of Lightshade LE, it is the man on match points. He is that red Protoss, and his name is Gerald. In the meantime, here on the bottom right of Lightshade, he's staying alive. He's looking to fight and stave off that a little bit more. He is the Yellow Terran, and his name is Jaros. Now, the thing about Jaros is he's really fighting above his weight class here in Project KS Esports. We've seen it last time against another Protoss player, if I remember correctly, against Marsman, right? And we're seeing it again on Gerald. So it really goes to show that as Jaros is going to get spotted building an engineering bait to just get in the way of the natural there, the SCV will go down. And, you know, this small little hamper play not going to work out here for Jaros so far. But I've always been impressed by Jaros. Not only was he our inaugural champion, but he's able to bridge basically that MMR perceived gap and really fight against some of the best players that we've seen so far here in Project KS Esports. You got the likes of Jaros and Marsman hopping on over, looking to dominate, but no, Jaros has been somewhat of a challenger all throughout, no matter what, making it to the finals, fighting as hard as he can, taking maps here and there. And you know, he has the spirit of the warrior that you got to commend all throughout. In the meantime though, you know, Gerald is just Gerald. That's basically it. Within the top echelons of the EU scene for good reason, and you can really see that he knows his stuff and more. Recalls that probe though to keep it alive. Doesn't really want to waste a worker there, just to add up a bit more of that economy. And of course, getting rid of the engineering bay quickly like that, getting rid of the SCV, does put him a bit ahead in terms of that small counts in terms of workers. Now then, Gerald gonna be getting that simulator, 2 of them in fact, onto the main base. Natural with the wall, gonna be the usual setup here for Gerald so far. And of course, the Stalker gonna be in the play. The thing is, they're on Romanticide. I really don't get how cursed Gerald can be. He just decides to play that Stalker opening, and he's just unable to get any kind of harassment to work in the first place. Then he gets overwhelmed, then it's just too much to handle, and he's able to defend pretty well, but it's still a GG anyway. But here on the map, this might be the Stalker is able to play the ramps, play the edges a little bit better. So maybe it really is just that geometry hurting Gerald's playstyle in the long run. The Vito Romanticide might be the lesson here for Gerald, but no, the Hellions now are out and about. Giving chase against the Stalker. Thing is though, the recall has been used for the probe, so the Stalker will have to tank this damage and try to kite on away. Hellions, though, they don't want to commit onto the fight. These Stalkers are going to be very strong against units just like this. I can really see that this is the Hellions looking for the repairs. A bit of a pit stop to get themselves up and running on the chassis side yet again. Now then, here we go again with Gerald doing what we saw in map number 1. The Stalkers say hello and get rid of the natural base setup in the first place. While the command center is turning into the Orbital Command, it's these Stalkers being very, very pesky yet again. Jaros, though, in the meantime, answering back with a siege tank. And the thing is, since these Hellions are out and about, they're very mobile units, and they can actually give chase and find a way to trade against the Stalkers if ever. So Gerald gonna be backing on now. It's not gonna be the exploitation that he saw while ago in Submarine LE against the Marines. He will be going for the numbers, and he is gonna be getting that Blink Stalker as per usual. Twilight Council out and about, looking for that upgrade. More and more of these gateways being built alongside the Robo facility. And you're gonna be expecting the Warp Prism to play a key part of this fight. Not only that, even the server to go for the Blink up to the high ground. Gonna be effective if ever. But Jaros fortifying the front line with a siege tank yet again. It's a bit of deja vu. We're seeing pretty much the comforts here for both sides so far. And as of now, Gerald gonna be looking to get more Stalkers into this play and more. In the meantime, Jaros gonna have his 1-1-1 setup. Liberator there. Gonna be looking to play defensively for now. We haven't seen this too much here from Jaros, but I like it anyway. Liberator can be good to hurt harassment. Gonna be the Marines, the siege tanks. Gonna be the way to go here. And yeah, the Liberator in this specific matchup in the grand finals, making a bit of a debut yet again. And as of yet, moving on around. Thing is, though, Jaros has done a good job so far at actually keeping his units alive. And he does have a substantial strike force to actually go after whatever Gerald has. Blink on forward, though, trying to snipe that Liberator if ever. Hellions will be taking a beating and will be going down instead to sacrifice their life. But the Marines are coming into the front line for now. Thing is, though, no step back as of yet for Jaros. He cannot chase with speed. And these Blink Stalkers are able to just get away with those TPs in the first place. Now then, the snipe on the lib. Siege tanks on the low ground. The Marines right here, right now, sticking in the front line. And the SCV is ready to repair if ever. But here we go again with Gerald trying to go for the backstab. Now the bunker being attempted to be built. It seems like that's not going to be the case. Structure they're gonna get sacrificed. Here we go with Gerald in position. In a blink forward to get rid of the siege tank there and then. Second one will be biting the dust as well. SCV's tanking up a few shots here, there, and everywhere. But now the Marines looking to be a firing squad, but they're the ones getting turned around instead. And bit by bit, broken on down, getting slain there by the Stalkers. And Gerald now with the advantage. Time and time again for Gerald, he's looking for the backstab, and more often than not, it does work out for him. He finds an opportunity, gets rid of siege tank, and now these Stalkers are coming the way of Jaros. It might be the death knell looking to really stare Jaros in the eye. But as of yet, the Observer already in position. And here we go with a blink, looking to be attempted as soon as possible. Marines going for the shots, but on to the high ground we go. And that is going to be that in the blink of an eye. Gerald is our champion in the Project Chaos Esports Collateral Damage Tournament. The speed in which Gerald is able to react. The Stalkers, his bread and butter. We love our bread, we love our butter, but all in all, we love our Stalkers. Completely well played there by Gerald. GG's to him as well as Jaros. Jaros taking a map away yet again from Gerald, and he should be proud of that in all honesty. Even though he is only going to be coming home with that 15 euro prize, it still is such a big gap between Jaros and Gerald in terms of the MMR. And romanticize somewhere he can just foster better relationships with the game and do even more. But Gerald, in the meantime, slow, logical, and he is just able to do all he can with absolute value. He knows how to squeeze out and maximize everything he can from those units. And the Blink Stalkers is really impressing. Methodical indeed there from Gerald. And guys, it is time for us to call it in just a bit. But before we go, we'll take a quick little break. We'll be drawing the winners of our giveaway very, very soon. So stick around for the final parts of the Project Chaos Esports Collateral Damage Tournament.
Amon's fury will engulf
Okay, guys. So we are back and good morning. It's actually reached sunrise here. We've had a long night of StarCraft 2 action here in Collateral Damage. And congratulations to Gerald winning out the fights 3-1 in the grand finals. A clean road for him, except when he fought against Jaros. Not just once, but twice has Jaros taken a map away from Gerald. And a lot of takeaways here for both of our players. But the Blink Stalkers just have been exceptional there from Gerald. The amount of control he could get, the amount of things he could get away with were just eye opening. And from that point on, it was just him in cruise control and able to win it out. But Jaros, a scrappy fighter, our inaugural champion for good reason, able to fight against some of the best and more, take maps away. And the future is bright for Jaros all throughout. So thank you to our top two and all of our participants so far. Gerald will come home with that 35 euros, and Gerald will take 15 as the runner-up. But we still got prizes for our viewers as well. Time and time again, we've been saying that we have two 10 euro Blizzard gift codes up for grabs. On Facebook, you've drawn our winners, and it is time to tell you guys who has won. So one of them actually is one of our participants there, unable to make it in the money, but he has been very he's been very active in the chat, and of course adding in that livelihood, always something fun to see. So congratulations to our two winners. The first one is Jason Jalo de Ramos, or Mr. Shock Rizal. Thank you, congratulations to you. And our second winner is Mr. Emilian Theodore Danila. I don't know how to say umlauts, guys. So if I messed that one up, I'm very sorry. But yeah, congratulations to Jason Jalo de Ramos and Emilian Theodore Danila for winning at the Project Chaos Esports giveaway. Each one of you gonna be winning 10 euro Blizzard gift codes each. And all you gotta do now is message the page and say, hey, hello, I'm the one who won that one out. Can I get it? And we'll be very happy to assist. So yet again, guys, congratulations to Jason Jalo de Ramos and Emilian Theodore Danila. Thank you for your time. Thank you for sticking around and tuning on in. And I hope you guys enjoyed Collateral Damage. Now, it's time for us to call it. I don't even know what to say anymore. I usually I call it a night, and it's probably still nighttime in the European side, but it is gonna be a good start or a good end to the day, whatever you want to call it. After all of that great StarCraft 2 action, Collateral Damage. It has been Protoss versus Terran all throughout, and it really feels like it hit perfectly the namesake. Collateral Damage with the siege tanks, with the disruptors, with all of that AoE and the more. The size storms there from Gerald, something to watch out for. Jaros, in the meantime, just able to keep cool, calm, and collected under pressure. But now the dust has settled, and we are done with our bracket. Congratulations there to Gerald winning out the January 2021 championship courtesy of Project Chaos Esports, our first champion this year. And of course, there is more to come in terms of tournaments here from Project Chaos Esports. If you guys wanna support us, check out the socials that have been revolving. p-chaos.com for all news related to Project Chaos. We're on Facebook, we're on Twitch, and we're on YouTube. Chances are you're watching on one of them. So, might as well hit that like, hit that follow, hit that subscribe, whichever you're one on. And of course, any kind of support, we will appreciate it as much as possible. We've also got a Twitter as well, if you want to find those updates here, there, and everywhere. I believe we do have, I'm not too sure. I keep saying there's Instagram, but I think we do have one as well. They always pop up here on my right side. Sometimes they're below me, sometimes at the top, but it's all the way there this time. And it's just a good way to check us out. Project Chaos Esports at PChaos Esports on Twitter especially. And we thank you guys for all the time that you've given us tonight. Thank you guys for tuning on in. Thank you guys for coming for tonight's SC2 broadcast for the EU side. We can't wait for the next tournament that we'll be bringing you from Project Chaos Esports. But it is time for us to get our rest and say good night. It's been fun. It's been great. And I've been Dax. We'll see you guys in the next Project Chaos Esports tournament.